Hey guys, welcome to another session by Simplilearn. In this video, we learn all about Node.js and MongoDB. Now, Node.js is an open source cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment for running web applications outside the client's browser. And on the other hand, MongoDB is a popularly used NoSQL document-based database management system. Now, both these technologies are crucial in app development. So that is what this video is going to cover. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So first, we'll look at a detailed tutorial on Node.js, followed by a detailed tutorial on MongoDB. So let's begin. So what exactly is Node.js? Now consider a scenario where a user interacts with a web application. The user only interacts with the front end of the application. But there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. Now in a web application, there's a front end, a server, and a database. The front end is developed using JavaScript and frameworks like Angular and React, while the server is built on Java, PHP, or Node.js, and the backend database that stores the data usually consists of Mysql or MongoDB. So Node.js is an open source, cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment for running server-side applications. It is used to develop I/O-intensive web applications like video streaming sites, single-page applications, online chatting applications, and other web applications. It is used by large, established companies and newly minted startups. Node.js was developed by Ryan Dahl in 2009, and at the same time of this session, its latest version is v13.3.0. Now that we know what Node.js is, let's go ahead and look at why it was so prevalent in the field of web development. Here are a few points. First up, Node.js is extremely fast. Being built on Google Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, its library is extremely fast in code execution. Node Package Manager has around 50,000 bundles for developers. So whatever functionality is required for an application can be easily imported from NPM. All APIs of Node.js library are asynchronous, that is non-blocking. It means a Node.js-based server never waits for an API to return data. Node.js dramatically reduces the processing time while uploading video and audio files. It is also an open source platform and is easy for beginners for web development. The above reasons more than justify the popularity of Node.js platform and why it is being adopted by a large number of organizations and businesses today. So now moving on, let's familiarize ourselves with the parts of Node.js. Node.js consists of several components. Now let's look at them one by one. First up, we have modules. Now modules are like JavaScript libraries which are used in a Node.js application to include a set of functions. Now we can use required function with a parenthesis to include a module in a Node.js application. Node.js application has many modules to provide basic functionality needed for a web application. Some of them could be HTTP, util, fs, URL, query string, stream, and zlib. Next up, we have console. The console module provides a simple debugging console that is similar to the JavaScript console mechanism provided by web browsers. Now the console can print messages to stdout that print standard output messages and stderr to print the error messages. The next component is cluster. Now Node.js is built upon the concept of single threading programming. A single instance of Node.js runs in a single thread. To take advantage of multi-core systems, the user will sometimes want to launch a cluster of Node.js processes to handle the load. A cluster can be added to an application in this way. Here's a small code for you. The next component is global. Now global objects in Node.js are available in all modules. Now these objects are functions, modules, strings, etc. Some Node.js global objects are mentioned in the table. You have dir name, that is a directory name, file name, exports, module, and require. The next component is error handling. Now Node.js applications experience 4 types of errors. We have the standard JavaScript errors, system errors, user-specific errors, and assertion errors. Now errors in Node.js are handled through exceptions. Now for example, let's handle an error that would occur when we divide a number by 0. Now this error would crash the Node.js application, and so we should handle this error. Here's a small code for you. Next up, we have streaming. A stream is an abstract interface for working with streaming data in Node.js. Streams are objects that let you read data or write data continuously. There are 4 types of streams. First one is the readable. These are the types of streams from which data can be read. Writable, these are the types of streams to which data can be written. Duplex, these are both readable and writable streams. Lastly, we have transform. These streams can manipulate the data while it is being read or written. Moving on to the next component, buffer. The JavaScript language has no mechanism for reading or manipulating streams of binary data. Buffer is a module that allows handling streams that contain only binary data. An empty buffer of length 10 can be created by this method. Next up, we have domain. Domains provide a way to handle different I/O operations as a single group. Domain module intercepts errors that remain unhandled. There are two types of methods that are used for intercepting these errors. Firstly, we have internal binding. In this case, the error emitter executes its code inside the error method. Next up is the external binding. Now here, the error emitter is explicitly added to a domain via its add method. The next component is the DNS. The DNS module enables name resolution. For example, it is used to look up the IP addresses of host names. DNS module is used to connect to a DNS server and perform name resolution by using the method dns.resolve. The DNS module is also used for performing name resolution without a network communication by using the method dns.lookup. The next component is the debugger. Node.js includes an out-of-process debugging utility accessible via a V8 inspector and built-in debugging client. This Node.js debugger is not feature-packed but supports simple inspection of code. It can be used in the terminal by using the inspect keyword before the name of the JavaScript file. In order to inspect a file, say myscript.js, you can use the following method. Now that we are familiar with all the major parts of Node.js, let's go ahead and learn about the Node.js Express framework. Express is a flexible Node.js web application framework that provides a wide set of features to develop both web and mobile applications. You can assume Express as a layer built on top of the Node.js that helps manage the server and the routes. Now let's have a quick look at some of the core features of Express framework. It is used to design single-page, multi-page and hybrid web applications. It allows setting up of middleware to respond to HTTP requests. It defines a routing table that is used to perform different actions based on the HTTP method and URL. It also allows dynamic rendering of HTML pages based on passing arguments to templates. Now moving on, let's take a quick example of a simple Hello World program. Now this is developed using Express framework to gain a better understanding. Alright, first up we have the var express. Now this is used to import Express framework into our Node.js application. Now the app.get method is a callback function with parameters request and response. The request object represents the HTTP request and has properties for the request query string, parameters, body, HTTP headers, etc. The response object represents the HTTP response that an Express app sends when it gets an HTTP request. Now the application will listen to the defined port, which in this case is 8081, and variables host and port will contain the address and the port respectively. Lastly, we have the console.log, which is used to show the address and port in the command prompt. So this is what the command prompt would look like. And finally, the output is displayed on the web browser. Having learned about the Express framework, now let's move on and look at the Node.js use cases. Now it is no doubt that Node stands out for its speed and intensive data exchange. So top industry leaders like NASA, PayPal, Netflix among others incorporate Node.js. First up, we have Netflix. The world's leading internet television network with over 117 million users is one of the top companies that trusted their services to Node.js. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were application scalability and data-intensive application. Now you must be wondering what application scalability is. It is basically the potential of an application to grow in time, being able to efficiently handle more and more requests per minute. And data-intensive application allows millions of people to stream Netflix simultaneously. Next up is Walmart. Now Walmart is the world's largest company by revenue with around $514 billion according to the Fortune Global 500 list in 2019. Again, the reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O and efficient handling of concurrent requests. Now asynchronous I/O, which is a form of input-output processing, allows other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Node.js is able to efficiently handle concurrent requests with the use of thread pool and event queues. Uber. Uber is an American multinational ride-hailing company offering services that include peer-to-peer ride-sharing, ride service hailing, and food delivery. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O, quick iterations, and active open source community. As mentioned earlier, asynchronous I/O permits other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Now quick iterations. Now Node.js is continually being updated and added new features that help in further improvement in the performance of web servers. And finally, active open source community resolves many problems that an organization may face in a particular scenario. Next up, we have NASA. Now, NASA is an independent agency of the United States federal government responsible for the civilian space program as well as aeronautics and aerospace research. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were reduced access times, handling of data-intensive tasks, and the fact that the servers are active 24/7. Now, NASA has lots and lots of data, and using Node.js has really helped them in reducing the access times. It is also continuously handling and working with large streams of data. Node.js is highly stable, which helps in keeping the server active 24/7. Next up, we have PayPal. Now, PayPal is an American company operating a worldwide online payment system that supports online money transfers as opposed to traditional methods like checks and money orders. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were the fact that Node.js has extremely fast build times. It allows tasks to be carried out with fewer lines of code when compared to other server technologies like Java and PHP. And Node.js, being data intensive, efficiently handles a large amount of data. Next up is Medium. Medium is a popular online publishing platform developed by Evan Williams and launched in August 2012. The main reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were A. Data-driven applications. Now, these applications are ideal for being interfaced with Node.js servers. B. To run A/B tests. Now, A/B testing is essentially an experiment where two or more variants of a page are shown to users at random, and statistical analysis is used to determine which variation performs better. Lastly, Node.js server maintenance is simpler than its counterparts. Moving on to the last topic of this session, industry trends. Now, Node.js developers are in demand across the globe since many companies are adopting JavaScript libraries. According to Forbes, it is one of the top 10 most in-demand jobs. According to NodeSource, the total number of Node.js downloads increased by 40% in the last 1 year. The use of Node.js in production has increased dramatically since its release in 2010. With early adopters such as LinkedIn, PayPal, and Netflix, among others, Node.js has seen an exponential increase in its use in web development. The popularity of Node.js is also accounted to JavaScript. Now, since JavaScript is the most popular language, as evident from a survey conducted by Stack Overflow in 2019, many developers can start working on Node.js library with not much of a learning curve. Node.js developers are being offered better salary options than other web technology developers. According to PayScale, the average salary of a Node.js developer in India is around 6,13,000 rupees per year. The average salary of a Node.js developer across the United States is around $105,000 per year. In this video, we'll help you install Node.js on your Windows system. So without further ado, let's begin. The first thing you need to do is download Node.js from their official website. So go ahead and type download Node.js. Navigate to their official website, and here you can see the 64-bit version. So go ahead and download that. Once the download is done, go ahead and run the downloaded Node.js installer. Accept the license agreement. Keep the default settings as it is. And then say install. So with that, we finished the installation process. Once Node has been successfully installed, the next crucial step is verification. Now this process ensures that Node has been properly installed. To do so, we first open the command prompt and then type in a few commands. To verify the successful installation, we type in this command, node-v. Now this command returns the version, and if it returns the version, it means it has been successfully installed. So here we go, it returns the latest version. Now the final step is to update the Node package manager. Now this NPM is bundled with Node.js, which consists of all the repositories and packages required for development purposes. So to do that, type in the command npm install npm -- global. Now that we're done with the installation of Node, let's go ahead and implement a small program. For that, we make use of a text editor. In our case, we've installed VS Code. So go ahead and download VS Code. Once you're done with the installation, this is what VS Code looks like. So go ahead and click on File and create a new file. It's going to be a simple program where you're going to print a hello world message on the web browser. To do that, we make use of HTTP modules. So Node comes with built-in HTTP modules to transfer data across it. So for that, we make use of a require method. We create a variable first, say var HTTP equals require and just say HTTP within single quotes. Now the HTTP module can create an HTTP server that listens to the server ports and gives a response back to the client. To do that, we make use of the create server method. So let's go ahead and type the code. Say HTTP dot create server, and internally it consists of a function. Now the parameters to this function are request and response. Now the response is basically used to write to the client. So we say response.write, and here we type in the message. We say hello world, welcome to this tutorial. Once you're done with that, you end the response. So the server listens to a port number to display the message. By default, it listens to the port number 8080. So we keep that as it is and we end it. Save your file, say demo.js, maybe demo1.js, and say save. Now to run the program, you have to open the command prompt. So open your command prompt and mention the path to your file. So in our case, it's saved on the desktop. So cd desktop. And now to run it, say node demo1.js. Now you navigate to your browser and say localhost 8080, and here we go. Our message is successfully displayed.
So let's talk about the Node.js architecture and understand why it's so good. So to begin with, Node.js has what's called a single-threaded event loop architecture, and this allows you to be able to handle many concurrent clients at the same time. It's just a very flexible way of being able to scale up your support for many clients. And then in addition to that, we have the JavaScript event-based model along with the JavaScript callback mechanism that allows you to have this standard approach to being able to connect with and talk and discuss interactions between the client and the server. It's good to have these kind of standards where you're not using something that's unique to a specific framework or a specific technology. This just makes it so it's more accessible for everybody. So if we look at the actual Node.js server itself, everything centers around the concept of the event loop. And the event loop has an event queue, an operation completed via requests, threaded pull, and then it'll actually do the actual computation or the file system interaction. All of this interconnects in a nice seamless loop. The great thing again with Node.js is that it's not new technology. It's been around for almost a decade. It's very well tried out. Many of the largest websites out there are running Node.js. So let's now dig into each of the parts of the Node.js architecture. So let's talk about requests. So the way that the request works is that you have your framework such as Angular on the client, and that will then send a request to the web server. And there's many ways that those requests can happen through web workers, through forms, and through other interactions. But at some point, a request is sent to the server. And so these requests can be for data, they can be for deleting data, they can be for updating data, they can be for interacting with services as mentioned before, but the goal is to have some kind of request. Now once that request actually hits the server, and then we start actually getting into the queuing and threading process that centers around the event loop. And this is where Node.js really excels because it's able to use that single-threaded model to be able to manage from just even a few requests to tens of millions of requests. So it receives the actual request and starts the event queue. And this is where that single threading process starts, is by queuing everything up appropriately. And then it then maintains the threads within a pool. So you have the queuing process as one action, and then you have a threaded pool which manages those threads as well. And then we have an event loop, which goes through and actually receives and processes those requests. And then finally, what we're doing is we're actually then going to be interacting with a system, and that could be a database, it could be a cloud system, it could be an API, file system, but we're interacting with something that's outside of the Node.js server. So the Node.js server itself is doing some actions on the server, but then it's also interacting with things outside of its own server environment. And so let's talk a little bit about that workflow. So requests come in, they go into the event queue, and they get spiraled through the event loop. And then we have non-blocking operators, which are going to be doing the input-output polling, such as KQ, ePoll, and other services. And from there, we're also going to be then interacting with the threaded pool, and we're using the blocking operations to manage that threaded pool. And that threaded pool is going to now then go outside of the server and interact with something beyond the server. So whether that is a database or file system or API or microservice, these are the things that can be interacted with. So let's go through what NPM is. So NPM itself stands for the Node Package Manager. No great shakes there. As the name says, it's responsible for all the packages and modules that are bundled within Node.js. So the Node Package Manager itself really has two key functionalities. The first is that it is a central repository for all packages and modules, which you can then search through online. You can go to search.nodejs.org and you can find all of the packages and modules that are out there. The second is that it's also a command line or terminal line utility that allows you to install those packages. So you can actually go through and you can see the version management and dependencies within those packages, and you can actually control the packages themselves. So why would you use NPM? So NPM is really useful for being able to extend the project you're working on. So when you're building out a project, one of the concepts I like to use is the concept of Lego bricks. Big fan of Lego. And what's great about Lego bricks is that they're all individually by themselves, very small, very specific functionality. But if you actually get a whole collection of Lego bricks together, you can build like crazy cool things. So think of when you're working with the Node Package Manager itself, is that each of those individual pieces that you're working with, each of those individual packages are their own Lego bricks, and by themselves you can then edit and update and maintain that piece separately from the whole environment. As long as your inputs and outputs, really the piece where you snap the Lego in or when you connect the Lego to something else, are interacted and open and well documented, then you can actually then use those modules effectively throughout your project. So you can actually then be able to do that. You can do version control on your codes and dependencies. You can do testing very easily. And then once you actually get to the point where you go, yes, I want to release a new module, you can do that effectively using NPM, and it will actually go through and do the actual deployment for you. So let's go through the NPM installation. So the actual package manager itself is included with the installation of Node.js. So if you've installed and you're running Node.js locally, then you've already installed the package manager. But you can also access it through command line or terminal window on your data server or in your server farm or via the cloud. If you haven't now downloaded Node.js, here's the website where you can go down to install it, and there's Windows and Mac versions of that code as well with the installers, which allow you to get up and going very quickly. You want to be able to run the installer and accept all the default settings. To begin with, you want to kind of have the standard setup so that you are most familiar with the normal settings before you start getting to the point where you're a master and you're tweaking things. There is a way that you can open up the command window or the terminal window. And once you've actually installed Node.js, to verify that it's actually installed, you can write the command node-version, and it'll actually then pull out the version of Node.js that you have installed, and then you'll be able to see that you've got it actually up and running. And then you can also do the same thing for NPM. You can do npm-version, and it actually will then show you which version of the Node Package Manager you have running, so you can actually take full advantage of that program and verify that it's actually up and running. So let's actually look inside of a package. So packages themselves are actually just JSON files. If you're new to this space, JSON file is a structured file format that's based on JavaScript. It's a very XML-like format for being able to write instructions for the actual package itself. And so the JSON file forms the, really kind of the heart of each package you create. It has all of the metadata that you'd have about a particular object, and then it provides a root directory to any of the applications or modules that the package may be referencing. In addition, it has any other additional information about the project that adds, such as dependencies and other files that need to be included. So here we have is an example of a package that would be created using npm JSON script. And you can actually take this package file as it is right here and use the command npm init, and it'll actually run this package. And so you would actually then have a demo application up and running really quickly. You can then go ahead, if you want to, you can edit any of these parameters. So like, for instance, if you wanted to change the description or the version, or what is the main index script that would be written. These are all things that you can edit very quickly and easily. You can just use text editor to make any of these edits. And so we have the different metadata that can be updated. And so this is where we go in and do a full demo of working with NPM. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to go ahead and actually run a demo of using NPM. And to do that, I've got three windows in front of me right now. So I have this window here, which is my terminal window, where I'll be doing all of my instructions. Then I also have a folder which shows where I'll be putting all of the files. And then finally, I'll actually have a text editor. In this case, I'm using VS Code because it's free, but you can use any text editor you like to be able to go in and show what the code that's been created by NPM in the JSON file, so you can actually see what it looks like. And then we'll modify it a little bit. So first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and create a new project folder. So I'm going to go in, I'm just going to move into, do change directory, and go into the project folder, and we'll see down here that we have an empty project folder, but for this one I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new directory in this one, and I'm going to call this one Simplilearn. And there we are, we've created a new Simplilearn folder, and we are going to move into the Simplilearn folder. And so we're now in the Simplilearn folder. There's nothing in there right now. So the first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and initialize this folder as a project folder for working with NPM. Now to do this, you will have to have already installed NPM. If you have Node.js, NPM comes with it. And if you want to see whether or not you have NPM installed, so you can just do npm-version. And that will actually tell you what the version of NPM you have installed is. And it also verifies that NPM is installed. So I've gone ahead and I've been able to validate that I have NPM installed. So what I'm now going to go ahead and do is I'm going to initialize this folder. So to do that, just do npm init. And you'll see that the path is that we're already in the Simplilearn folder. And then when you do that, it's going to ask you some questions. So what is the package name? We're going to go with the defaults for right now, and then I can show you how we can edit those in a little bit. We're going to go with, just say yes to all of these just by hitting return. And you'll see here that we're going to create a new folder called a package.json folder. This is the instructions that we have in the folder. Do we want to go ahead and create this? We want to. And it's going to go ahead and do that. And we can see now in our folder here that we actually have package.json. So we go ahead and open this up with VS Code. here we are. We can actually see what all of the information is. We can go ahead and we can actually go and update this metadata if we want to. I'm going to leave it as is for right now because I want to show you a couple of other things. So a lot of times when you're actually working with NPM, and the reason why you're using NPM is that you want to take advantage of packages that are freely available in the open source community that are supported by Node.js. And one of those is a package called Express. And Express is a lightweight framework for building out web applications, similar in concept to Angular or React.js. I like using it, and it's also a great way to be able to show how we can install this using npm. So to install this, you just start with the command npm and then you type install, and then we type the name of the package and we hit enter, and it goes ahead. And what you'll actually see is a couple of things. One is we have a dependency in our package above. We also have, so this is in our JSON package, that is now a dependency that's written in there. We can also go in and under our node modules, we actually see that we have, we scroll down, we should see Express. There it is, Express. Now, if we decide that we don't want to use Express, we can actually just come in and we can write command npm uninstall. I can type Express. Oops, I did a typo there, so let's try that again. npm uninstall Express. And a couple of things can happen. One is in our JSON file, the dependency for the Express file has now been removed. And we can also see that under our node modules, there are no extensions there. So this is kind of cool. This allows us to be able to see that we can easily add and remove packages. So let's just go ahead and I'm going to install Express again. So install Express. Oops. npm install Express. All right, so it's gone ahead and it's installed Express. Now, one of the things that will often happen is that when you're working with a package, the actual JSON package, so you'll receive this file, and you want to be able to go ahead and install all of the sub-modules that come with it. So you can go through and you can manually install them like this, or you can actually run an install command so you can actually install all of them at once. I can just show you what that looks like, because we're going to actually go ahead and simulate as if we're going to install Bootstrap, which is another popular framework. Bootstrap. And we're actually going to go with, and then we'll save that. And what we'll see is under the packages that Bootstrap isn't listed in there. We do have Express. There it is right there. So we now come over to our new commands. We can actually write the command npm install, and now slight typo, let's try that again. Let's do npm install. Okay, it does help to save your file. So let's go ahead and let's run npm install. And when you do that, what we'll now actually have is not just Express, but we'll also see that Bootstrap has also been added. Now, I don't recommend that you use the star symbol, which will install the latest version of Bootstrap, because you obviously haven't tested your application against that, but it gives you an idea of what's happened here. Now, if we want to, we can actually go in here and we can say uninstall Bootstrap, and it will actually remove that from your JSON package. So there we are. That's how you work with using npm, from getting started with a setup for a base initialization of your package, going through to creating the first package, being able to set up and control the naming convention for each of the items within the metadata that provides the instruction for the package, how you can then put in dependencies such as Express and Bootstrap, how you can install them and remove them, and actually do all of this through command line. If you have any questions, please let us know. So let's kind of jump into the Express.js framework. So Express.js is a really flexible Node.js and web application framework. It is just something you can spin up very quickly and build both web and mobile applications. Just a really great tool. I use it all the time for building out my own applications. The thing that's so great about it is it's really simple, and so it's not going to be have all the functionality that you'd have in maybe a larger scale HTTP service. But with that said, it does come with a lot of functionality that allows you to not only create websites, but you can also do APIs and other routing calls. Very, very nice. So let's go through some of the features that Express.js have. So as I mentioned before, it allows you to build simple web applications, and that can be either a single page application or a multi-page application. It also allows you to do middleware requests and responses. So for instance, if you want to do an API and have that be part of your middleware, you can actually set that up real quickly. In fact, in the demo that we'll do later on, we'll actually be building out 4 different API calls that you'll be able to do, and you'll be able to see how you can use Express.js for that. And that in then turns allows you to be able to see how Express.js can help manage some of the routing of the different HTTP methods that you'd be using via URL. And then finally, it's just a great way of being able to dynamically test the work that you are developing. So you can actually build out a solution and test it right away in Express.js, have it in a single packet, and then once you get to a certain point, you can then check in the whole packet, even have it as part of your container, and then check that into your main project. And then if somebody else wants to then take on the work, they can then just pull that in. So let's kind of go step through a basic example. So here we actually have a full script for creating a simple hello world. And this includes installing Express.js, defining the ports it's going to run on, as well as a basic piece of code. So the first thing you want to do is actually go ahead and define how you want to install Express.js. And this is called the very first variable, which is requiring that Express be installed as part of Node Package Manager. npm will then pull in the latest version of Express. If you need to define a specific version, of course, you can do that. In this example, we're just going to pull the latest one. And then we'll go ahead with the second line, which will then install Express. And when you do it once, you'll see how quickly it installs onto your local development machine. The next parameters are actually a callback function. So if something actually happens when you go to the website where we're going to run our web application, you want something to pop up. And in this instance, we'll say hello world will pop up. The third block is all about where you would actually go ahead and host your code. So in this one, you'll see that the server is going to listen to port 8081. So that's what that function actually there defines. And then you can either put in a specific host address. In the demo, you'll actually see how we define that for localhost, but you can actually then point this to a production host environment if you want. And then the final line here is a command that will actually send a script to your terminal window telling you which port and which host that you are listening to. So let's see what that would look like. So here we see have our terminal window, and we're actually able to then run the hello world JS script that we just wrote. And then once we do that, it'll actually then post that we have an example app listening at, and here we don't have a web domain address, but we do have the port 8081. And in our browser window, it says hello world. So that's a quick breakdown of Express.js. Now let's jump over and do a demo. So the first thing we want to do to get Express up and running on our system is we have to have Node.js installed. So we're just going to do a Google search to let you know where you can find Node.js. It's actually at nodejs.org. So we select that link, that will take us to nodejs.org. And there are two types of downloads. One is the current download, which has the latest features. And then there's a more stable version that if you're new to Node.js, I'd recommend you to download. Next, we want to find a text editor, and we're going to go with Visual Studio Code, or VS Code as it's known. It's an open source solution from Microsoft that runs across all the leading platforms. This will default to our Windows platform, but you can run it on Mac OS and Linux as well. I really like it. It's a great code editor. It comes with a lot of extensions, and it's open source. Next thing you want to do is, because we're going to be developing APIs, we want a way to be able to visualize those APIs quickly, and a great tool is a product called Postman. Again, open source, and so you can go out and go to postman.com. Top right hand corner, you'll see a bright orange download button where you can actually go ahead and download and install Postman, and that will allow you to be able to access all of your APIs that we're going to be creating in Express. You can actually use other tools such as Apigee as well for visualizing your APIs, but this one's just great to get you started. So let's go ahead and open up VS Code, and we want to go ahead and open a new folder where we're going to have our project. We're going to, just for our demonstration here, we're going to put this on the desktop. You wouldn't normally do this, but it will work fine here. And we're going to create a folder, and we're going to title the folder Node Express, and we'll select that folder. And that now becomes the root folder for our project in Visual Studio. We don't really need the welcome screen anymore, so we're going to get rid of that. And one of the things that is great about working with VS Code is that you can actually have the terminal window up and running as well. So let's go ahead and open that so it's running at the bottom of our screen, and this gives us a little bit of space. And the first thing we want to do is actually convert the folder we're in actually into a project running Node.js. So we're going to use npm init, and that will actually initialize the project. We have another video that explains how to use npm or Node Package Manager, and you can go ahead and find that in our library here. But as we go ahead and we do that, you'll actually see that it will create the default package JSON file, which has the name of the folder is the default name of the package. But you can actually go in and edit any of these documents. We want to create a default file called index.js. This is where we're going to write most of our scripts that allow us to work with Node.js. And the first is writing a script that allows us to install Express, and we'll use the Node Package Manager to actually pull and install Express. You can default to specific versions of Express if you want. We're just going to go with the latest one, so we're just going to put in Express, and then we'll go down into terminal window and select npm install --save Express, and this will install Express so we can actually test out the code we're working on. And this will take just a moment to install. Great thing with working with Node Package Manager is that once we've finished with our package here, we can actually wrap it all up and send it over to any other developer that we're working with, and then you can actually run the package and actually have exactly the same code installed. And there we are. We have everything installed and ready to go. We can see we actually have all of the modules installed. You see that we actually have Express installed as well. And we also want to then make this an app. And then we'll do app listen to port 3000. So this is by default, we're going to be running from our local host, which is HTTP server running on this test machine, and we're going to have Express for this project run on port 3000. And once we actually run the script, we'll actually post into the console window a piece of text saying server started on port 3000. So we're going to go ahead and save this file. A lot of Control S to save these files. So let's go into localhost in our web browser. So localhost localhost 3000, and you'll see nothing has been reached. That's because we actually haven't done anything to initialize the script. So we want to come in and we're going to go node index.js and hit return. And as you can see, now we have a message in our console window. That means that, yep, there we go. We actually have everything up and running. So we can actually see that the service is running. Not a very pleasant message, so let's go ahead and change that. So let's change that to app get and acquire res. And so if it uses the get message, let's change what we'll print, and we'll type hello there, exclamation mark. And we save that, and we refresh the screen. Oh, nothing happened again because we didn't run the script. So let's go back in and we'll run the script node index.js. And now what you'll see is if we refresh, there we are. We have our new hello there message. All right, well, let's actually start building some APIs in this environment. So to be able to build the APIs, we want to be able to pull content. So we're going to actually create a new file called users.js, and we're going to go ahead and create a users JSON packet. And a JSON packet is essentially an array. Consider it like a small database, and in this array we're going to have 4 objects. Each object is going to have 3 pieces of metadata. We're going to have an ID, name, and email, and there'll be ID 1, 2, and 3, and then you'll see that the names will be John, Smith, and we'll make up a couple of others, just kind of giving them arbitrary email addresses. It's just for our demo here. Let me grab this, copy it, and kind of speed up the script writing time. There we go. And let's just change what we need. One of the things that's nice with working with Visual Studio Code, VS Code, is there's lots of plugins, and so one of the default features is that if you select a variable, it'll actually look for the same variable in the script. So you can, if you need to, you can actually change them all at once. But we don't need to worry about that right now. We're just creating a JSON packet. So we have 4 items, ID 1, 2, 3, and 4 for John Smith and Jack and Chris. All right, so that's our array string, and we're going to then make sure that we can export that as users. So we can actually now, whenever we select the term users in our scripts, it'll actually pull in this packet. All right, looking good. Now let's go over to our main index.js file, and we're actually going to go ahead and we want to store where the API is going to be. So we're going to create a folder called routes, and then a subfolder called API, and then we'll call a file in there called users.js. So as we're updating our scripts, we know where to pull the data from. It's just a standard way of being able to pull out the values. So in here we're going to say, in this instance, Express is required for our scripts. And we're going to also say that router within Express, router correct naming convention. and the script is case sensitive. We'll also want to create a value later on that will have a unique ID. So we're actually going to pull in a UUID package that will actually then allow us to install unique identifiers. So we can use Node Package Manager to install UUID. Again, this is a great example of how you can go from nothing to something very quickly with Node.js, because we installed Express, we installed UUID, and we're off to the races. So let's have users require the path for where our API is going to be located. All right, so let's do a basic get, which will be to pull the records. I'm going to have it pull all the records. So router.get, and we're going to require it to pull all of the records in the JSON packet that we created. So there should be 4 items that come back. Save that. Looks good. Make sure that users is consistent. There's our JSON packet. And yep, everything looking pretty good. All right, let's go back to index. And we're going to switch out this function here from just a generic get with a generic statement to actually being able to pull in the users. So we have to go app use express.json app.use URL encoded extended false app.use API users, so we're going to be pulling them all from the same location. Require, and where we have our API scripts. Okay. And then let's go ahead and open up Postman, because we're going to actually use Postman to actually show us what the results look like, because right now the results won't show up appropriately in our browser window. So Postman, again, is just a API management tool. If you used Apigee or other similar tools that are on the market, MuleSoft, you'll see it's very consistent. Again, this is open source. And what you want to be able to do is you can actually go to the path where the API is stored, and then you can use all the different types of commands within your environment to be able to, test out the scripts. So let's go ahead and create a new project, a new request, and we're going to go with the default get, but there's actually quite a lot of different commands we can use. And these are just HTTP commands. And we're going to type in the request, and in this instance, it's going to be, let's run our script first. Do we need to run our script? I think we're good. Let's make sure we're exporting the data correctly. Okay, so we want to run our script. So let's do node index.js, and that will run the changes that we just created. So we can now come over to get, we can select API, localhost :3000 / API users. And when we do, that brings back the JSON package with our 4 entry points. There we go, there's all 4 of them. So that's your first action. Now let's kind of get this a little bit tidier. Let's actually go in and see if we can filter by ID. So we're going to go in and we're going to modify our script. So it's going to be route, and then we're going to put in the filter, and in this instance it's going to be ID, which would allow us to be able to just put a backslash against the end of the URL string we just had and put in a number or a unique identifier, and then that will actually then allow us to pull in that unique record. Pass the data. Okay, so found. I want to take the JSON and print it. So we're going to filter here against user ID and then publish the results. Else, if it doesn't work, then we'll just have a generic error message. We shouldn't see this though in the demos we're creating. This is just good practice. So save that, and let's go ahead and rerun our node index file against that folder. And now we can actually come in here and we do \1, and that will give us just one record. And we could change that to 2 or 100 in this instance, and if it's 100, we'll just get a bad request error message. There's 2. All right. So that's get. So we've been able to pull all of the records. We've been able to filter against one specific record against a specific parameter. In this instance, it was ID. So let's go ahead and create a new user. And so what we're going to do for this is we're going to use the post command from HTTP to actually push and post data into the data source. The data source is our JSON packet, which means that we'll have to then push a new record into the JSON package using our array statements, because JSON is just essentially an array. And so we're going to post, and when we do this, we have to create a unique ID. So this is where we have to reference the UID. I'm going to do a v4 unique ID, which will be 4 groups of 4, so it'll be 16 characters. And then we'll have name and email we'll post. Okay, looks good. Okay, so if new user, and put .name and new user .email, and then we want to return the results. Okay. Right. And so users dot push. So we posted, which is a HTTP statement, and then pushing into the JSON packet array. Okay. Okay, that's looking good. All right, so I think we're good. Let's go ahead and rerun our script, nodeindex.js. Now allows us to do that. So let's go over to Postman so we can actually connect to the URL. And we're going to change the HTTP statement to post, and get rid of that. Go back to users. Now, if we just do this, nothing's going to happen. So we actually have to go in and we have to update the body. This would be the content that will be passed through, and we're going to go through with a raw statement here. And we're going to do JSON. This would be, that's the packet we're sending. So let's go ahead, and the records we want to update, we only have to update two, which is one is name and the second is email. We don't have to do an ID because we're using UUID to generate an automatic one for us. And we're going to create records for Steph, and her email address is steph@gmail.com. Yep, looking good. Okay, so let's go ahead and send that. We sent it. And if we look at the bottom, we can actually now see that we have 5 records. So a new one's been added. We have our unique ID at the top. And then we have name and email, which are the ones that we just created for Steph and steph@gmail.com. All right, so that's posting. Now the next thing we want to do is to update a record. So that means we need to select an ID and then be able to update the content. And for that, we're going to use the HTTP put command. So we'll use ID as our way to be able to filter. And then we'll be able to update against that filter. So construct found equals users, and then we'll have that going against users ID, so we know how to get the correct record, and then pass the record back onto the screen so we know what we're editing. So if found, I want to update the user, and I'm going to go ahead, pull information from the body for what will be updated. And for each if user ID, and pass the integer. Okay. So this is our values to pass against the ID. And in this instance, we'll make sure that we're updating the values of username. So if we are updating user and we're just updating the username, we want to make sure that that's the value that gets updated. And then we also want to do user email. We don't want to update the ID because it's going to remain unique and consistent. Okay, and we're going to make sure that everything is pushed to the JSON package. And then we'll also have a message saying that the field has been updated in the JSON package. Okay. All right, so we'll run that script again, and it looks good. So let's go to our folder. Let's change the HTTP post. Let's put it as get. just so we can see that we have all of the values in the array from the JSON packet. And now we want to select put, which allows us to update just one record. So let's go ahead and select one record. We'll select ID1. So we have one record. We can go ahead and for name, we can change this. So let's go ahead and change these. So now you see that the email has changed. So we have staff as the new account. All right, our final API that we're going to create is to delete an account. And in many ways, it's actually a very basic API because all we're doing is we're grabbing the ID and then we're saying that all the associated records with that ID within that row, as it were, in the table, just to delete the whole row. And so we want to use, again, our ID as the unique value that we're pulling against. So we're going to, if users are found, and we're going to filter those users. I'm going to do that filter against user ID. And pass that. And we'll then go and post a message to our JSON packet saying user deleted. And our generic message if things fail. Okay, let's save that, and we'll see. We're going ahead and we're just deleting the record now, and we're going to do it by filtering against a unique ID, and then it will then just eliminate that record, and we'll pass the message that it has been the account has been deleted. Okay. So we save that. Let's go run our script. Node index.js. We're good. Okay, let's come over here and we're going to show that we can pull any of the accounts. So let's just take one of them. One, I think that's good. So let's go ahead and we're going to change the HTTP command to delete. And we actually have to select an account, so we just do one. When we do that, it'll actually delete that record. And here we are. It says that the user has been deleted, and we now only have 3 records in the JSON packet. And we can pull all the records, and you'll see that there's only 3. So being able to pull all the records from a JSON package, we've been able to create a record, update a record, and delete a record. And we can just step through. So here's our JSON package that we created originally. Again, this is just an array. It's just a different way of setting up the array. And then we have our index files, which identifies what are the apps that need to be installed and where are the APIs going to be serviced out of. And that we're going to be doing this on the port 3000. Again, these are additional tools that we need to make sure that we have up and running in our script. And so the first script was to get all the records. The second was to filter against a user ID for just a specific record. And then for creating a record, we actually went in and we used the UID tool to create a unique identifier, and then we posted in the data for the new records. We did something similar with updating the record. We didn't have to update the user ID. We just had to update the values in the two fields that we needed to be updated. In this case, name and email. And the final step was to go ahead and delete a record. So these are all APIs that you can now pull into your own applications. So you can use them in web applications, or you can actually go ahead and use them in other applications, such as mobile applications, local applications, other scripts. And this really allows your application to become more scalable and more useful. Hello, we're going to go through and do our demo of building a RESTful API with Node.js. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and install all the correct pieces of software. We're going to start with Node.js. So let's do a Google search on Node.js, and you'll find that Node.js is at nodejs.org. So we select that link. And that's going to take us to the Node.js website. There are two versions of Node.js you can download. There's the stable version, and then there's the latest version. I'd go with the stable version. You'll find it available in Windows, Mac OS, and Linux as well. And if we go to the next piece of software, we want to go ahead and install the text editor of your choice. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code, VS Code. It's an open source solution. It works on all leading platforms. Works really well. I like it a lot. Microsoft did a good job with this. I also really like it that it's open source. But there's lots of extensions you can get for VS Code. So it's a great text editor. And we'll also need Postman. Postman is a tool that allows us to be able to view the APIs that we're going to create. So let's go ahead to postman.com. And again, it's another solution you can download for free. And so we're going to go ahead and select the download button. And it will automatically detect which OS you're on. So in this case, it's going to be Windows, but you can also get Mac and Linux as well. So we'll go ahead and download those. And once we have everything installed, what we're going to do is we're going to create a project in VS Code. And that's actually really easy to do. All you have to do is create a folder. And we're going to do this right off our desktop. And we're going to call the folder Node REST API. And we're going to select that folder. And you'll see on the left-hand column that we have the new folder that we created. We still have the VS Code welcome screen. We're going to get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. So let's go ahead. And one of the things I like with VS Code is you can actually toggle the terminal window. So let's go ahead and open up the terminal window so we can actually run that at the same time. And so we're going to move our cursor to the folder we just created. And there we are. You can see that. And what we're going to do now is we're going to initialize this with Node Package Manager to make this a package. And it's going to go ahead and we're going to ask for a name. We're just going to go with the default. So we're just going to say yes, yes to a couple of these. Yep, enter, 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 enter. And is this okay? Yep, enter. All right, so now we have a new file, and this is our JSON package. It has all the defaults in it. We can go in and modify these if we want to. No need to for this exercise, but you may want to for the solution that you're putting together. And we're going to create a new file called index.js, and this is going to be the reference file that's in the JSON package for npm. And here we're going to put in our solutions that we absolutely have to have for this to run. So we're going to install Express, and Express is a web service application, but it's very flexible, and one of the things that we're going to use it for today is build APIs. So in our terminal window, we're going to type npm install -- save Express. This will install Express locally on our machine. And it takes a few minutes, but it's going to go and download all the latest features. This is going to be the latest version of Express. You can, if you want to, specify a specific version of software. For these examples, there's no need to do that. So you'll see that everything has been installed. If we expand the Node module, we can scroll down and indeed, yep, there we are. We see Express has been installed along with some other pieces that are useful. All right, so that's our first piece. The next is we're going to define our app, and our app is going to use Express. And we want Express as a local host on our local machine on port 3000. So we've identified port 3000 as the default port for our application. And we are going to now create an array for some movies. And we're going to have ID, title, director, and release date. Inception, great movie. And director, Christopher Nolan. And that was released in 2010, yes, 10 years ago. Okay, so we're going to do a couple of items here, just so that we have more than one entry in our array. And an array is a JavaScript. You can think of it as a very simple table, but it allows us to have structured data. You can also do a JSON file. You can also connect to a database, MongoDB or something like that. 2019. Okay, so we have two movies in our little array. That'll be more than enough for right now. Key part is that we have a consistent structure for the array of ID, title, director, and release date. And so we're going to create two APIs. One's going to be a get API where we'll get the list of the items in our API, and the second will be a post where we'll be actually pushing in a new item. So let's go ahead and start with the get, and what we want to do is we want to select get/movie, and we are going to have this run as an API. And so what we'll do is we will test this in a moment. This will be running from our web browser. Actually, we'll probably open up Postman and run this through Postman. So, okay, that pulls all the movies. And we'll do another get in a moment where we'll filter by movie ID, but let's just get them all for right now. And we are going to listen on a server port. In this instance, it's going to be port 3000. And we already had defined the port as a variable earlier, so we're just referencing the variable, and the port number is listed at the top in line 4. Just a text string that's going to get put to the terminal window, and it is going to dynamically grab the value from the variable from 3000 and place it in our text string. Easy. And we want to save the file, and now we're going to go ahead and run it. So we're going to do node index.js. That runs the script and tells us that we're listening on port 3000. That's great. That means now that we should be able to go into Postman and grab the data from an API. So here's Postman. If you've not used it before, it's a great tool for being able to manage APIs. Strongly encourage you to have a go with this. So we're going to get the get command. And if you've done any applications, web applications, you've probably used get and post for the data that you're pulling and pushing from forms online. Same principle. So we want to go ahead and we're going to go and I'm going to grab get. I'm going to type in localhost, and it's going to be :3000/movies, because that's the name of the file. And we're going to hit send, and what we get as a response is the data in our query. Sorry, in our array. Here we go. So there's our array, and the data values have been pulled back by Postman. That's great. So now we want to go ahead and add a movie to our array. And we're going to do that. We're going to use the post command, and get and post are HTTP commands. And so we're going to use movies, and in this instance we're going to push the value into our list. So construction movie requires, we're going to need a structure here, and that structure is going to be the information that's in the body, and then we're going to push to the log, our terminal window, and we're going to push. So here we're using push, and that's a term for arrays within JavaScript where we push the data into the actual array itself. There are lots of ways of being able to control data within an array. If you're new to arrays with JavaScript, I strongly encourage you to learn more about them. There's just an awful lot you can do with them. And then we want to have a validation message come up on the screen saying, yes, movie has been added to the list. So we'll save what we've just created. If we don't save it, it won't show up. And then we're going to rerun the node.index.js file. You can see this is, we've created here already an API that allows us to pull and push data in and out of a variable. Okay, so let's go back, and we're going to change the header from being get to being push. So we're going to use, not push, post. So we're going to select post, and then what we want to do is the value inside of the body. And so let's go over, and we want to select body. And we're going to put in text and select JSON. So it's going to be structured. And so here we will essentially copy the structure we have here. So let's go ahead and just copy these elements. And we have to give it an ID because we don't have an auto-generated ID. So we're going to make this ID 3. And it's going to be a number 3. And then we want to put in title. New movie. And we'll put in director. And we'll have this as, I don't know, new director. Not very creative here today. And then we need to put in a date. So release_date. And let's just put in a date. Today's date will be fine. Just so you know that we're not formatting the date column. So let's go ahead and we'll select send, and this will actually go, and we can see below, boom, movie's been added to our list. Then we can go back and let's go ahead and validate that. So we're going to change from post to get, use the same, and now we go to below. Oh, looks like we put an error in our formatting. So let's go to parse the JSON. And we will parse it using Express. And this will clear up any formatting issues. So app.use express JSON, express URL encoded, extended false. And this should help us pass our value. And then we'll rerun that script. Make sure you save the previous file, otherwise it won't run the new script. All right, looking good. So let's go back and let's go back to our localhost 3000/movies. And there's only two values here. So what we need to do now is change from get to post. We'll go to body. And what we're going to do is we want to have raw JSON. And what we want to do is capture the values that we have below and insert this file into this new JSON packet into our array. We can actually just copy that. It's a little bit cheating, but it's the main same. So let's go ahead and get everything consistent. And we're going to change the number to 3. We're creating a unique title. Actually, sorry, a new title. It doesn't need to be unique. Just the ID needs to be unique. So title will be new movie. New director. We'll change it to new director. And we'll change the date. I'm not doing any formatting on the date, so it can be any date, any number really. Hit save. Movie's been added to our list. Woohoo! So it's been added. But now let's go back to get and let's see if we can actually see the third entry. And scroll down, and there we are. We've actually pushed that JSON package into our array. So we now have 3 items in that have been added via our API. Okay, so now let's go ahead and search our movie database. Yes, we only have 3 entries, but we want to be able to. So we can do that by using the get command. And what we'll be doing is we'll be validating against a specific ID number. So we have 3, and we're going to validate against just the ID number. In this instance, the way to do it is through the URL. So beforehand, we had localhost :3000/movie. Now we're adding in /movie/ and then whatever number after that will actually filter against the ID. And that's essentially what we're doing here right now. So we're going to go into if movies.id. Again, we're using the ID value to actually pull from our array list. With my variables and arrays mixed up here today. And then once we actually have the value, we'll actually post back as a JSON packet. And if we have any errors, then what we'll do is we'll throw up a message movie not found. So there we are. We're going to pull against an ID. And we should be able to then pull that up through Postman into our terminal window. Again, the reason why we're using Postman is that this is actually just showing the values going back and forth. We're not having to render a whole web page. It's extremely fast, very efficient. All right. So we saved and reran our script. All right, let's go back. And what we're going to do is we're going to change the value. So we're going to hit send. Here we are. We see all of our movies using the get command. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use a filter on just ID2, which is the Irishman. So do /2, and there we are. We have just the information on the Irishman. So now you can see how you can create a simple search. All right. So the final action we want to do is to delete a record in our array. And so we can go ahead and do that. And we're going to use the delete command to actually do that. So we'll be able to push in a record. We've been able to view records, filter against records. Now we're going to go ahead and do delete. And so we can do app delete, and then we're going to filter by specific ID number. And when we do this, we'll actually then, when we put in the URL path, which will be localhost:3000/movie/ and then the ID number. So in this instance, either 1 or 2, probably use 2. That will then delete from our array the record for the Irishman. Save our files. I do the shortcut, keyboard shortcut of Control+S to save files on Windows, or Command+S on my Mac. And once we've deleted a record, we want to send a message saying that the movie has been deleted. All right, so we want to go ahead and let's just check our code. Looking good. Save our file, and we want to rerun the index.js file. There we go. Rerun. Okay, let's go to Postman. And grab the delete. So again, we're filtering against a movie ID, and then we'll delete that ID. Okay, so we went against the Irishman, and we hit send, and there it is. Now we're going to change the command to delete. So we hit 1, we'll actually delete Inception. The movie has been deleted, it's great. And let's go ahead and grab use get to pull in all the movies that are listed. And it's not going to find movie number with the ID 1, it's not there anymore. And if we get all the movies, we see we only have one movie, and that's The Irishman. And so our delete function has worked. There we are. So we've installed Express. We're using Express to build all of our applications. We have our app running on port 3000. We are using Express to pass the JSON effectively back and forth. We have a simple array That array is then being used to create an API to pull the details. Then we're being able to add a movie, then search for a movie, filtering against an ID. And then we can actually finally go ahead and delete a movie. All this using Express.js. Today we're going to be covering Node.js authentication using JWT or JSON Web Tokens. So let's get started. So why are we going to go down this path? So let's cover the key things that you need to be asking yourself, such as what is a JSON Web Token? What is the value of using a JSON Web Token? And then what does the actual structure of the JWT look like? And then let's go through some use cases of where you'd actually use JWTs, both in the enterprise and in the real world. And then finally, we're actually going to go through a demo on how you can actually install a JWT using Express and Node.js. So let's dive into what actually is a JSON Web Token. So a JSON Web Token is actually based on an open standard. It's one that you can actually go ahead and research, and it allows a definition of a compact, self-contained way of being able to securely transmit information between parties using a JSON object. And a JSON object is a JavaScript array, and it's very compact. It's a very tight way of being able to send data back and forth. The thing that's great about using a JSON Web Token is that the information itself is encrypted, and it can only be verified and trusted through a public-private key pair. And we'll get into that about how you can actually get to those. So, why would you actually want to go ahead and use a JSON Web Token? Aren't there other formats that you can use? Well, yes, there are other formats you can use, but what's great about a JWT is that it is a great way to be able to pass data from HTTP servers. So if you're building a web application and you have a web application where you need to pass authentication over, using a JWT is a great way to be able to do that. So for instance, you may have a number of enterprise applications that run across your cloud environment. You may have some enterprise applications that run in your data center, and you want to have people come in, such as your employees or your customers, authenticate once and then be able to have their ID transition from one to the next. JWT is a great way to do that. The content is extremely secure, and we'll get more into that in a moment, but it is the highest level of security you can have right now. And the final great thing about working with JWT is that the actual tokens themselves are very well documented, and so there's actually a lot of parsers that you can use. So being able to add in JWT into your application is very, very easy to do, which makes it very easy for you to actually implement at a large scale authentication and authorization. And so authorization is a key word there. That's something that you're probably coming across a lot. Instead of just being able to identify who you are, we want to be able to authorize what you have access to. So let's have a look at the structure of a JWT. There are several key elements. The first is the header, and that's actually going to break down what kind of token it is. By default, it's going to be a JWT token. And what is the signing algorithm? So SHA-512 is a very complex and secure algorithm. Certainly the one that I would recommend that you use. You can even go higher than that, but SHA-512 is a great place to start. And then you have the payload, and the payload is the information that's been actually encrypted within the web token. So in this instance, we have a name, the admin type, subname. Just really, you can put whatever kind of information you want in there, as long as it's applicable to the service that you're passing the data into. And then you have your signature, which is encoded header and payload with the algorithm that you've sent. So in this instance, it's SHA-512 algorithm. So let's look at some of the use cases that you'd have for JWT. So a couple of use cases would be authorization. So say, for instance, you have a application and you want to be able to authorize somebody to have access to different parts of that application. A JWT is a great way to be able to encrypt that data and be able to pass that data back and forth. Examples would be jumping from different parts of Office 365 and being able to have access to different features within the system. And then another area would be if you're doing information exchange. So if information is being securely exchanged from one person to another. So a blockchain scenario, a multi-distributed environment where you want to be able to have a way to be able to securely transmit data back and forth and know that that data is being encrypted is another good example. So with that, let's take a pivot and we'll go ahead and we'll look at creating a demo using our standard stack of Node.js, and we'll use Express and Postman. And these are tools that you may already be familiar with if you've seen other videos that we've created in this series. And we'll go ahead and create a JWT token. So let's go into our demo of how to create a JWT JSON web token. There's going to be some tools that we need to get started with. Node.js is the first, so let's go ahead and find Node.js at nodejs.org, and you can either download Windows, Mac, or Linux code. Obviously, you'd install the one that would be for your operating system. The next tool that we want to install is a text editor. We're going to use Visual Studio Code or VS Code. Go to code.visualstudio.com, download this. This will run on Mac, Windows, and Linux. Really great text code editor. And then we're also going to use Postman. Postman is a tool that allows you to access and view APIs that we'll be creating with Express. And you go to postman.com, hit download. And again, there's versions of Postman for all leading operating systems, and have those installed and up and running. So we're going to go ahead and let's open up Visual Studio Code. And we're going to start by creating our project. So let's go full screen on this, get rid of the welcome screen. And let's go and open up a folder where we'll actually have our project. We're going to put this on our desktop for right now. Let's go create a new folder and we'll call this Node.jwt for JSON Web Token. Select that folder, and we're going to want to go ahead and use npm to initialize this folder for Node. And so let's get rid of the welcome screen again, and let's go ahead. And one of the things I love about VS Code is you can actually run the terminal window right from in here. So let's go ahead and select npm init, already knows to pull from the folder that we're in, and we're just going to select yes here in a second for our, let's go ahead and create that. And you'll see that the packet has been created, and there is a JSON packet with just default information about the npm package that we created for Node. And we're going to go ahead and create an index.js file. That's what we've been pulling from the package. And the index.js files, we're going to actually write all of our code. And what we want to do right now is install Express. And Express is going to be used to create the APIs that we'll be able to test our JWT against. And then we'll also want to install a JWT file. So let's call this JSON Web Token. And from our terminal window, we'll just go ahead and install both of those. And you do that by typing npm install --save. And then we're going to put Express and JSON Web Token. Express and JSON Web Token. And we'll just go ahead and let those install. It only takes a moment for those to get installed. All right, we're up and running. Okay. So let's go ahead and start bringing in some of our apps. So we're going to create an Express app, and we're going to use the get HTTP header to have everything go from the we're going to actually have everything running on our local host, and we're going to run everything off port 3000. We're going to do that in a moment here, but we'll have everything running off a sub folder called API. That's where our web application is going to be running from. And we'll put in a message that, hey there, to show that everything's up and running. Okay. And save that. And save. You can do Control+S to save your files, as you can with a lot of Windows applications. I encourage you to do that a lot. So let's go ahead and open up Postman. We're not even going to go to our web browser on this one. And we'll open up Postman. Takes a moment to run the first time. Here it comes. And Postman, again, is a tool for being able to manage API calls. So you don't have to write a script. So here we are. And we can go in here and that's where we're going to write our script, but we have to do a couple of things first. Let's get everything running. So we want to listen for port 3000. That's where we're going to run everything off of. And in the console log, we'll actually throw in a message to confirm that we are running on, everything is up and running. We'll just say, okay, server started on port 3000. Again, we're going to be running everything off localhost, so you'll be able to see this. And this is, as you imagine, just a test environment. So let's go down into our console. We'll run this script, node index.js to run the script. It runs really fast, not a whole lot going on there. And we're having everything running off the API file. So let's go and we'll type in under our get localhost :3000 /API. And we hit there's lots of different HTTP headers we can use. We're going to use get for right now. We'll send that. And hey there, welcome to the API service. So to be clear, this is just an API we're creating right now. This is not JWT. We'll get into that right now. All right. So we want to be able to post data, and post is actually pushing data in. So we're going to go into, going to create a login screen. Again, this is all API, so it's not real, but you get the point. And then we can construct a user. And let's go ahead and what we're doing here is we're creating an array of a random user, and they can have a name of ID1. The user's going to have an ID value, which is 1, a username value, which is going to be John, and then an email value of john@gmail.com. And then we'll make this a JSON web token JWT sign-in, and they'll have to sign in with their user. And this is going to use a secret key, which will be our hash 512 token. And we'll respond to the JSON with the token. Okay, so let's see now. Okay, and we're going to and this will be our post API posts. And what we're going to be able to do is we're going to jump from one app to another app, and you'll be able to see how we can move the token with it. And the message will read post created. All right. So let's just run that script. Index.js runs real quick. Okay, so if we come over here and we go to posts and hit send and say message posts created. Good. So let's go ahead and try that again. And we want to go to the login. So we're going from one app to another app. Select post. And here in the login, we should be able to request the token. This will be our JWT token. And we hit send, we should get our token. And here you can see the whole token is encrypted. It's that huge long line. It's very unique. And now we want to be able to go in and say, okay, let's verify the token. So we've gone ahead and we've created the token, but now we need to, as we go from app to app, we need to actually verify the token. So we're going to get an error message if we don't verify the token correctly. So we're going to put in a function to verify the token. And we're going to create a bearer header value, which will be the headers and the authorization for that. And if type of bearer header, we're going to either have it, if it's not correct, it'll be undefined. Otherwise, this bearer token, it will be split. And we're going to require the token for our bearer token. Else send status 403. Okay, so bearer token is what we're going to be calling against to verify our token. I'll show you how that works in just a moment. And this will be to authorize. And to authorize, we'll need to actually go ahead and use the token. So we can actually put in here. All right, so I think everything's looking pretty good. Oh, and if we get the error message, it means that we'll see the message forbidden if we don't put in the code correctly. So let's double check that everything is looking good. We're going to verify that the token is required. Okay. So if it is, then jwt.verify. And this will connect our token appropriately. And we'll be able to put that in as a part of our secret key. And if it is successful, Put in that message there. And we're also going to put in the authorization data. Yep, looking good. As you can see, a lot of the work is just making sure that everything is aligned up correctly. Okay, so let's run our code, node index.js. There we go, nice and fast. And we go in and localhost API posts. We'll change this to post. So this one API, which is the API posts, which is up here. We're going to hit send. And you can see that we have the error code forbidden has come up, which is what we were expecting, because we haven't been able to put in a secret key. And put in the comment there, forbidden, so as we're stepping through the code. But now what we can actually do is we can go back and we can grab the token. And here is our token below. And we just want the token itself, we don't need the wrappers. And copy that. Come over here. And if we write again, it's going to say forbidden, but if we go into our headers, we can put in authorization, and then the value, we'll do bearer, and then the key. And once we do this, we now get all of the data that we were asking for pulled back, which is exactly what we wanted. So you can see here how we can actually securely use a JWT to pass values back and forth across the application. Okay. And we hit authorization and we select that and approve it. Yep, we keep authorizing. So if you don't authorize, then you don't get the data. Okay, so we have everything against the API, and then we have one application which is called API post. We have another application called API login, and we're able to move the data back and forth using our secret key and our JWT token. And we have everything running on port 3000 of our localhost server. And that's our demo. So first of all, let's cover why you'd want to go through this tutorial. So we're going to cover what MySQL is. We're also going to tell you how we're going to connect with Node.js and why you'd want to do that with MySQL. And then finally, we're going to do a demo taking you through all the steps on how you can actually do that kind of connection. So what is MySQL? Well, basically, MySQL is probably the world's most popular relational database. So if you think of relational databases that are table-driven, MySQL is arguably the most popular database out there for RDBMS systems. It is by far the most popular open source relational database. The entire database is written in C and C++. It's been around for a really long time. Again, it's open source, which is great, which means that there are no licenses or costs for actually using MySQL. And you'll find that companies of all sizes, from small mom and pop shops all the way up to massive global enterprises, are all using MySQL. So, why would you want to then take that next step of connecting Node.js with MySQL? Well, fundamentally, it comes down to the basics of the differences between the two products. MySQL is a database, and Node.js is an architecture framework for building out web applications. Again, with MySQL, it's open source. It's free to use. You don't have to pay anything. There are no licenses, which if you compare it with other solutions out there, is a big deal. MySQL, even though it is open source, is incredibly powerful. It's one of the more mature open source programs out there. I think Apache is probably arguably more, Apache web server is probably more mature, but MySQL is very close behind it. So it has had a huge amount of investment. This is not a solution that's only a couple of years old. We're talking about a solution that's more than 15 years old, very, very structured, very powerful, and you can do a lot of really good things with it. You can actually then build solutions with it using PHP, Java, really any kind of database, even other systems and other frameworks will allow you to interact with MySQL. And it just allows you to work with just huge amounts of data very, very quickly. So let's go through a demo of how you'd actually use Node.js and MySQL.
So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started by putting our Node environment together. So let's start by selecting Node.js and downloading it. So we'll go to nodejs.org. And there you have your options for Windows, Mac, or if you want to go for the source code, you can go ahead and download and install that. The next is to install XAMPP. So we're going to go to XAMPP installers for a quick search, and that's on our apachefriends.org site. And here we have XAMPP available for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS X. And then finally, we want to go ahead and install Visual Studio. So Visual Studio is going to be our IDE, our integrated development environment. In this instance, we're going to use Visual Studio Code. If you don't use Visual Studio Code, it's a great free open source solution for being able to build applications. I'm a big fan of it, so I encourage you to use it. Go ahead and download, install that. And we have Visual Studio code up and running. So go ahead and we're going to open up a new folder. And let's go ahead and create a new folder. We'll just put it straight off our desktop here. And it's just for kicks and giggles. So we're just going to type in Node MySQL for our source code. And we'll open up that folder and select that. And so we now have this folder selected in our Visual Studio Code editor. And what we want to do is we want to get rid of the welcome page. We don't really need that anymore. And we're going to terminal window so we can actually see the scripts that we're writing. We're going to be using terminal quite a bit in this. So for instance, we're just going to test that we have npm installed. We do, so that's great. And we're going to go npm init, and that's actually going to set up our own node package module. And we can actually see that the JSON file for that package has been created. So we go in there, we can see that all the defaults are selected. You'll see that index.js is the default file that will be created. So we're actually going to go ahead and we're actually going to create our own index.js file, and we're going to add in some instructions into that file to actually install the correct software from the npm package. And the first thing we want to do is install Express, which is a package that's great for building lightweight web applications, not mobile applications. I suppose if you're doing a responsive design, then I guess it would be mobile. But in this, it's a web application environment. So we're going to put in the requirements for that, and then we're going to also go and require that MySQL gets installed. And you'll see that for both of them, we're just going to use npm's default commands for creating that, and we'll go down to the terminal window and we'll do npm install, and it's going to install the Express and MySQL environment. And as that installs, you'll actually see on the left-hand side under the folder, you'll actually see the files starting to be installed. So for instance, we have the node modules, and underneath that will be all the subsequent files that we need. And there we are. Everything is installed. All right, so let's go ahead and validate some of these commands to make sure everything is installed. So we're going to open up XAMPP, which allows us to go in and view and see that everything's installed. So we have MySQL installed, we have Apache installed, We can start and stop the services with XAMPP. Go ahead and do that. You can do this through terminal window as well, but the UI interface is really nice. So let's go into my SQL interface, and you'll see that we don't have any databases. These are all just the standard test databases, and so we have to go ahead and create one. And so let's get our SQL database connection created. So we're going to write const db equals MySQL create connection. And we want to connect to the local host in this instance. And user is just going to be a root user account, which is the standard user account that comes from MySQL. There is no password for the root user when you're running it locally, but I encourage you to change that as quickly as you can because you don't really want to have a password-free environment. And now we want to be able to then connect to the MySQL environment. So we'll write db.connect, parentheses error, and we want to throw an error message if the connection isn't good. So if we do error, we will throw the error message to the log window. And if we don't, then we'll write MySQL connected. All right. And then we want to connect that to our Express app. The next step we want to do after we made our connection is to go ahead and create a database. So we're going to do both steps at the same one. So we're running the script right now, and then we'll run the commands in the terminal window so we can actually create a database. And so we're going to go ahead and we want to create a database. And let's write let SQL equals create database. And we're going to call the database Node MySQL. You can call it whatever you want, but this is just a Node MySQL script. The db query SQL error throw error message res.send database created. So we'll throw a message saying that database has been created. Let's go save that to demonstrate that we've connected and we've created a database. So let's go ahead and we'll do node index.js to run that, and we've connected to MySQL. That's great. Good first step. And then we'll go to the window and we'll go to localhost 3000, which is the default connection. But what you'll see is that we've actually created the name of the database has been changed to Node MySQL. So we've got an error message, which we expected. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to say we want to listen. And if the error message comes up to 3000, then in the console window, we want to put a message of server started on port 3000. So let's try that again. Node index.js. Yep, and server has started on port 3000. We'll refresh that. I'm still getting an error message. And what we want to see is, let's go ahead and see our database hasn't been created. So let's go and connect to database. The database is, let's go ahead and click create DB on port 3000. All right, so by doing that, we write that command and that function, and that goes ahead and creates our database. And we'll actually see that we have now Node MySQL has been created, which is a great first start. Now we have to go in and create some tables because we have no tables in here. All right, so let's go down and let's go ahead and create a table. So what you're seeing right now is that we're using the index.js environment within a package on Node.js to actually create and control everything that we want to see in our windows. So all of the work that we're doing for creating a table, for creating the database, for initializing the core files, it's all being done through JS. And so here we are, we're going to create a new table. We call it it's going to be called the employee table. And so once we run the command create employee, it's going to create a table, has the employee fields, which is going to have an ID, which will be an integer that will go into auto increment. It'll have a name field, and we'll also put in a designation field. And we'll have a primary key as well. Keep it very simple for right now. And let's just put our DB connection so that everything connects effectively. Okay, so if everything goes correctly, then we'll have the message employee table created. So let's test this out. And node.index.js. Make sure that the data we have now actually a database field that we can connect to. So we've got Node MySQL, so we're connecting to the correct database. Otherwise we get an error. And then we'll try that again. Yay, we connected to the database. So the database has the name. And because we've got Node MySQL, there's no fields in there yet. So let's go ahead and put in create employee for the fields, and let's run the function that creates the new table. And then voila, we have a new table. And so the next action we want to do is actually populate the table with a record. So this starts becoming familiar. So we're now going to put in a single record. We'll call it employee 1 for right now. And we'll write the function employee 1, and when we run that function, it'll actually go ahead and it'll actually insert the record into MySQL. And the name will be Jake Smith. And the designation will be a Chief Executive Officer. Certainly encourage you to put your own name into this. Make yourself your own CEO, because why not? And we're going to make this as an insert record. I'm going to insert into the employee table. And we're just using some basic SQL scripting here. And what you'll see actually with Visual Studio Code is that it's actually providing a lot of prompts to make it easier to write your code. Microsoft is looking to actually add some AI to Visual Studio Code to actually start auto-completing scripts, which will make it even easier to write your code. All right, so let's go run node index.js. We see we've got everything connected, and we'll grab the function employee1, and let's go over to our Express site. And let's just go and we'll insert the command employee1. Employee has been added, and we will just validate this by going back to Mysql and we'll refresh it. And you'll see if we click on the employee table, we should now have an employee in there. Yep, there we do. Jake Smith. Well done, Jake. First record. All right, so we want to be able to now select the employee. So let's go ahead and do that. And we want to be able to easily get the employee list. And so let's use our SQL command and we'll do select star, which is everything from the employee table. So we're actually pulling everything from the employee table. We're going to query the database. Let's throw a message to confirm that the query is successful. We'll put everything in the console log results. All right, let's give this a whirl. Okay, so let's go and run our command. For localhost 3000, and we'll put get employee, and it says employee details fetched. Now we go to the console window in Visual Studio. Yep, there we go. We have now all the packet information, including the ID about Jake Smith. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we can actually update the employee information. So as you can see, now we're starting to run into just our standard SQL commands. And so we want to be able to update the employee from a browser. And as you can tell, we're not using any forms or any other types of records. We're just simply interacting between the browser, the server, and the database. And the new name will be updated name. And we have to make sure we're updating the appropriate record. And we will make sure that we're matching against ID 1. Alright, so let's run that. And the JSmith is there. Now go and select JSmith :/1. We've now gone ahead and updated the JSmith information. So let's click on employee table, and we now see it says updated name. I know, not very creative, but it allows you to see a change. And finally, we can go ahead and delete the record as well. So it's going to be similar to update, but I'm deleting instead. And we're going to delete the record from the employee table, where name equals, where ID equals, sorry, and ID. And then we want to be able to show that the record has been deleted. Okay. Select delete employee. Employee deleted, and we go to database. We can actually see from the employee table that there are no entries. The one and only record that was there has been deleted. And so this shows you how you can very easily control everything from using your connection into Mysql right from Node Package Manager. You can create a table, you can select your records, you can then update any record that you selected, and finally you can delete any record that you want to be able to delete.
We're going to be going through some of the simple questions that you would be asked during a Node.js interview. So let's just get started. So the first question you're probably going to be asked is, what is Node.js? Do you know what it's for? And essentially, Node.js is one of the most popular, if not the most popular, open source cross-platform JavaScript programs. It allows you to build out web applications that run on the server. It's extremely flexible. It allows you to implement a lot of solutions outside of just the core programming runtime. And it allows you to build solutions extremely quickly in an open source mindset for DevOps. It is used essentially for creating client-side web applications. We'll see this later on, and you may want to talk a little bit about using Express.js and how you can build out APIs to work with Node.js and connecting to databases such as MongoDB. And that is also really good for being able to store data-intensive applications that are asynchronous and event-driven in their model. And this is important when you're talking about creating applications that can scale rapidly. So you're going to then be asked, how does Node.js work? Well, Node.js itself is actually built on the V8 engine, and the V8 JavaScript engine is the same engine that runs JavaScript in your Chrome web browser, extremely fast. It allows for high output and non-blocking through your I/O input and outputs, and is single-threaded event loop. So you're going to be then asked, where can you use Node.js? And the reality is the applications for Node.js keep expanding, but there are some core applications that you can work with Node.js right now. Such as web applications, distributed system, and network applications. Probably referencing the web applications is a really good starting point, because here you can actually talk about maybe some examples that you've done where you're building out some of these web applications. Indeed, one of the things that you want to be consistently doing and peppering your answers with is examples of work that you have done. Now, it doesn't matter if those examples are purely experimental or training examples that you've done. The fact that you've actually worked with Node.js and created a distributed system or a web application is really valuable, because it shows the person that you're meeting with that you have knowledge and understanding and practical experience of applying the theory of working with Node.js with the practice of working with Node.js. So be asked about, essentially the I/O refers to the transfer of data in and out of a system. And that's really it. And there's a reason why Google calls their conference I/O. It's the transfer of data in and out of our brains at their conference. The application is the same here. It's about moving data in and out of systems through using Node.js. And that every event can be tracked, whether it's on a physical device, a network, or files within a system. Again, it's input and output. So let's go through, and you're going to be asked, can you explain the difference between front-end and back-end development? And this is a question that I get asked a lot when I'm meeting with clients. People get really confused about what is the difference between front-end and back-end development. Bottom line, front-end is what gets resolved inside of your web browser or the app on your mobile device. Back-end is what gets resolved, essentially what we call the back office or server-side applications, but that's becoming more and more synonymous for what gets run in the cloud. So web applications really get a lot of the functionality of a web application gets run in the front end. Anything with CSS, HTML5, client-side JavaScript, it's all going to get run in the front end. Everything else, such as connecting to a database, gets run behind the scenes in the back end. And anything that's going to have like graphics is going to be on the front end. APIs are going to be run on the back end. And then just finally, some of the scripting languages that you use on the front end. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript, those are all common core scripting languages that you would use. You can use frameworks such as AngularJS and React.js or Vue. Those would be front-end frameworks. Back-end frameworks would include Java, PHP, Python, and Node.js are some of the back-end technologies. You'd also throw in there .NET as well. It's just a whole litany of front-end and back-end technologies and frameworks that you can use. And this is actually a good point to kind of explain the experience you have outside of just working with Node.js, but other technologies that you've been working with that potentially that the client is also using. So another question you're going to be asked when you're looking at Node.js is, can you tell me about NPM? And so when somebody asks you what is NPM, the first thing you're going to respond is, do you mean Node Package Manager? And the reason why you want to respond like that is that you want to qualify their question with understanding that you know what they're talking about, but you want them to verify that. And so Node Package Manager is NPM. And it's responsible for packaging all of your modules that you're working with in Node.js. And we have a whole series of videos that we've done on Node.js, and every single one of them includes references to NPM. So you're going to be asked, okay, you told me what it is, can you go into a little bit more details, so can you provide two main functionalities? And so one of them is being able to manage online repositories of modules and packages. So you can go to like search.nodejs.org and you can find packages that you can install into your solution, such as Express.js. And it also provides a command line utility that allows you to manage your packages very quickly through terminal window or command line. I use VS Code a lot, Visual Studio Code, and it has a command line utility built right into it that allows me to interact with NPM. So what are some of the modules in Node.js? And so, modules in Node.js, they're essentially like JavaScript libraries. So you can think of some of the JavaScript libraries that you may have used. The functionality is somewhat the same, but they're designed for Node.js and to run on the server. And there are ways in which you can go ahead and create some of those modules. So for instance, if we're creating a web server, you can actually use the require command to be able to require that the server be there. So the example we have on the right-hand side shows that we really do need to have HTTP, which is a web server, and we require that to be installed. And so that if you're running that NPM package, it will actually install the HTTP server, and then you can actually write some code to actually then listen on the local host port 2000 for where you'll be running your application. And there are just, there's a whole bunch of modules that come with Node.js right out of the gate. And here are some of the modules that you have. We also referenced just earlier on, HTTP is a core module for running a web server. You have a utility function that is useful for developers to assess features within your Node.js project. You have a URL module for any URL parsing you'd be doing. And you also have a stream, which allows you to be able to stream data in and out of your system and be able to manage how that's being worked. And then zlib, which allows you to compress and decompress files so that you can keep your storage of files to a minimum. So a question you're going to be asked is, why is Node.js being preferred over backend technologies such as Java and PHP? And particularly with Java, it's a very mature, stable language. It's been around for more than 20 years. PHP runs some of the most powerful and largest websites out there, such as Facebook. So why would you use Node.js? Well, the first response is kind of a gimme, but it is really fast. And if you watched any of the videos that we've done on Node.js, building out solutions and developing the solutions, you'll see just how fast it is. The second is the really kind of the secret sauce with Node.js is the Node Package Manager. And the Node Package Manager allows you to install additional functionality such as Express or Mongo as a database into your solution really quickly. And there's over 50,000 bundles available for Node Package Manager. If you're building out a real-time application that's data intensive and you need to have APIs quickly developed, then Node.js is really the great solution for you. It allows you to build out these solutions really quickly. And there is a easy synchronization between the server and the client due to the code base. And then finally, because the structure of Node.js is JavaScript, if you are making the pivot from being a front-end web developer to Node.js, it's just going to make it a lot easier for you to pick up Node.js because you have that common language of JavaScript. And on top of that, JavaScript is the world's most popular scripting language. So let's talk about some of the differences between Angular and Node.js. And so the reason why this question may come up is the person interviewing you is seeing whether or not you do know the difference between a front-end framework and a back-end framework. And this is one of those questions where you can go, well, there are differences, but the differences are because they complement each other. So Angular is a front-end development framework, whereas Node.js is a server-side framework. Other differences, though, between the actual frameworks themselves is that Angular is written in TypeScript, which is a modification of JavaScript. Node.js is written in C and C++. Angular is used for building out single-page client-side web applications. And so that's the key word there is client-side. whereas Node.js is about building out fast and scalable server-side network applications. Again, the two complement each other. Angular splits web applications into the MVC and model view control components, whereas Node.js generates a lot of database queries. It does more than that as well, but you can think of Node.js as that glue to your database. So let's talk a little bit about when you're connecting to a database with Node.js. And so you're going to probably be asked, what is the most popular database used with Node.js? And there are a couple. MongoDB is largely the most popular NoSQL cross-platform database. Mysql is also very popular, and that's a more traditional relational database. You would go with MongoDB for really more modern solutions. When you're looking at creating an application that's going to really scale into just managing masses and masses of data that has to be created, read, updated, and deleted very, very quickly. For some of the other popular libraries that you use for Node.js, Express.js is a very popular one. I really like working with Express.js. It allows me to build out web applications really quickly. More importantly, it allows me to build out APIs very quickly, and which, APIs are essentially web applications themselves. But being able to do that very quickly with a framework like Express.js is very useful. Mongoose is an application that makes connecting to a Mongo database really easy. So here is an example of Express.js, which is in itself really a flexible but a solution that you can do lots with, and Mongoose, which is a more focused solution, which allows you make it easier to connect to your databases. So, what are the pros and cons of working with Node.js? There's lots of ways, and we explained this earlier on, that you can actually build out applications that run on the cloud. Why would what are the pros and cons? So a pro is that Node.js is extremely fast at processing an event-based model. It really is fast. A con is if you have something that is a very heavy computational task, it's not so good at that. Now, I will caveat that Node.js is getting better all the time. And so you might have to provide an example of what a very heavy computational task is. And that may be calculating a risk on an insurance application against many, many variables. That may be something that's seen as computationally very heavy. But what you can do in that example is you can then offload the task to another solution that's designed for it and use APIs to pass the data back and forth. Pro, JavaScript is used for building out your applications with Node.js. Great, lots of people know JavaScript. A restriction, and again, this is evolving as JavaScript itself evolves, is that when you do a callback, you may end up doing lots of nested callbacks if you're doing something that's very complicated. Again, another way around the con, and so this is one of the things that I always look for, is if you have a blocker or a barrier, how do you get around that barrier? And so, for instance, when you're talking to your recruiter, you can say, look, the reason why I use Node.js is that it's fast, it's event-based driven, I can use JavaScript. There are some challenges, but what I do to get around those challenges and that's where you can say that, you may run the complex script off and you may write that in .NET or Java or PHP and then use an API to do the response back into Node.js. So you get the benefits of both worlds, but minimize the investment in having to manage a complex environment such as Java versus a relatively simple environment with Node.js. The Node Package Manager makes it extremely easy to access just an awful lot of functionality. With over 50,000 packages, there's a package for that. So from being able to have a tool that creates unique identifiers that you might need to have for generating content that gets posted into a database, through to being able to connect to databases, through to running so many different solutions. the NPM package manager, with its access to so many different packages, makes it great for getting access to all that content. Now, a con is working with relational databases with Node.js isn't as easy as a NoSQL database. Now, you can do it, and there are ways around that. And what I would do when this question comes up is always kind of pivot to say, hey, this is how you can actually then get around building out that application. Pro for Node.js, designed for streaming huge amounts of data in and out. A con is that Node.js is single-threaded, and so it can be CPU intensive. But again, there are ways around that, and a good way around that is scaling your solution in elastic environments such as the cloud. So what is the command used to import an external library? And so to import an external library, the command is the require command. So an example we have here is you can start a variable, and the variable is going to be for HTTP. And you're going to then require the HTTP service. That means that the application itself won't run unless the external library, the HTTP library, is installed. Okay, so those were our introductory questions for Node.js. Let's kind of pivot and take a look at the intermediate questions that you would be asked. So what does event-driven programming mean? So event-driven programming means that if something happens, something else will happen in response. So for instance, if you click a mouse, that mouse click is an event. That means something has to respond to that event. Just think of it as cause and effect. It's just the basic motion of physics. So that's what event-driven programming means. You also look at it as a callback function so that when an element is executed, something will happen in response. So what is an event loop in Node.js? So an event loop in Node.js is when you do an asynchronous call. And what that essentially means is that you are sending out data, and then a non-blocking input-output from Node.js is pulling data back in. What is an event emitter in Node.js? So an event emitter has really two areas of focus. One is that it manages the classes that hold all the objects within your event. And we have an example of this on the right-hand side. And then whenever an event actually is thrown, the functions are then called on that event synchronously. So for instance, we have in our example on the right-hand side, we create an event, and then we have the functions that are executed in a series from that event. So let's talk about the API functions in Node.js. So there are two types. One is an asynchronous non-blocking function, and the second is a synchronous blocking function. And the difference between the two of them is asynchronous is that there is no structure to the order for how the API is resolved. Synchronous means that when the feedback from the API is received, you have to execute the response in a series for how the response is sent to you. So what is a package JSON file? So the package JSON file is at the heart of our Node.js package, when we actually will initialize a solution, a folder to be a Node.js package. You'll find that the package itself holds all of the metadata that's particular to the project you're working on, such as project name, version, requirements. You have to have it installed in the root of the directory for the project. And again, look at any of the videos that we have on Node.js. We do have demonstrations within those videos that actually then go through and break out how to create that root package. And you'll see how you can actually then go ahead and update the instructions or the metadata within the package. So here we have an example of what that metadata looks like. So again, this kind of continues that question of what is a package JSON file? And you may be asked, what is the metadata and why is it important? And the metadata is a basic JSON collection of pairing of key details such as name, version, description, and then the custom version that you put. So for instance, Under name, you could create a name for your project. There can't be any spaces. What is the version and the description? What is the main or starting path for the solution? Typically, that would be index.js, but it could be anything.js. But index.js is typical simply because index.html is the starting point for a typical web application. So how would you use a URL module in Node.js? So with a URL module, what it allows you to do is really two things. One is that it provides the resolution and parsing of a URL for utilities in your application. And then it allows you to extend your module with built-in solutions and split up the web address into a readable format. So in this example, we have the URL and the response it would give for that URL, which would then be a year and month, and it would be in a readable format. So it would read out as 2020 and then the month. So what is Express.js? Now, you've heard me mention this a couple of times in the video, and we actually have a separate video on Express.js. But Express.js is a web application framework that allows you to build out web solutions for both mobile and traditional desktop right inside of Node.js. So it's very easy to use. Being able to install WebJS is as simple as requiring Express to be installed. In the example that we have here on the screen, it's a full solution of showing how to actually build out a solution with WebJS. So in this example, you start off the first two lines, require Express to be installed, and the install comes from Node Package Manager. Then we have a simple application that will then send to the browser window a hello world message confirming that Express is up and running. And then the third block of content, starting with var server, actually will define the port where your application is going to run. So in this instance, the port is going to run on localhost, and the port will be port 8081. And so you can actually go to localhost 8081. And when you do that, that will trigger the application that will forward up the message, hello world. And it's all coming from Express.js. So what are streams in Node.js? So streams are objects that allow you to read and write data continuously back and forth within your application. And there's really four different types of streams. There's readable, writable, duplex, and transform. The readable one is streams for which data can be read. The writable is streams that you can actually write to. A duplex is a stream where it is both readable and writable. And transform are streams that can be manipulate the data while it is being read or written. So how do you update and delete a dependency? So say, for instance, we want to install something like Express. So if you wanted to install Express, what you would do is you would just write them inside of your project. You want to go to terminal window and write in the command npm install Express. If you want to update the dependencies within your Node Package Manager, to update all of them, all you have to do is write the command npm update all dependencies. And then if you want to explicitly uninstall a dependency such as Express.js, that's using the uninstall command. And so that would again be going to terminal window and you would type npm uninstall Express. And again, it's really easy to create a simple server in Node.js that will run a simple command. The HTTP service is actually built into Node.js. You don't need to use Express.js. I typically use Express.js when I want to do a web server, because typically what I find is that I will want to go and do something more complicated. But if you want to do something that illustrates just the core functionality within Node.js, you can actually just require the core HTTP service that actually comes as part of Node.js. And then you can actually then go ahead and tell it to create a service and then to write in plain text a command or a text string, such as this case, it'll be hello world, that would pop out. And then the final line is to then listen that if you go to a web browser that's on port 127.0.01 or localhost, and go to port 8080, once you actually go to that will trigger this application and you'll get the text hello world pop up on your screen. So explain synchronous and non-blocking APIs in Node.js. So all the APIs in Node.js are asynchronous, which means that they are non-blocking, which means you can run them continuously and scale around that, which is just fantastic. It's one of the reasons why Node.js can scale so fast. And the means that the APIs can return data, send data after it's been called, and really increase the efficiency of events as they are triggered within Node.js. So how do you implement async in Node.js? And so the example that we have on the left-hand side allows us to trigger async, and it's using the async function. And as you can see in this example, it's actually something that can be done very quickly. In this example, we're actually making a command to localhost and an app that's running on port 3000. And then depending on what we get, if there's an error message, then we'll have error message go to the console log, which is the terminal window. And if we get a response to an application, then we'll actually get a positive response, which would be fetched response. So again, very quick and easy that you use the async function to be able to build out and to get your asynchronous code. So what is the purpose of module exports? So a module export is a way to encapsulate the entire code for a solution in a single package, in a single file. And then you can then share that with other developers, so you're all working from the same environment. So what is a callback function in Node.js? A callback function is essentially that once you run and you've triggered an event and the response has been given, you want to be able to then have a callback to validate that the task is complete. All right, let's move on to the final set of questions, which is advanced Node.js questions. So what is REPL in Node.js? So REPL stands for read, eval, print, and loop. And this is a reference to the Unix and Linux background that Node.js has. So REPL will perform the following tasks. The read will be actually parsing the JavaScript. You'll read that and store it in memory. Eval takes and evaluates the data structure. Print will then print the results, often on a console window or onto a web page. And then loop loops the above command until the user presses Control-C twice. What is the control flow function? So the control flow function is a piece of code that runs between several of the asynchronous functions. And that's it. It actually controls how those functions execute. So how control flow controls the function calls? And it does it through four ways. One is it controls the order of execution. It collects the data. It limits the concurrency. And then it also calls the next step in a program. Again, this is a management tool for how your functions are called within Node.js. So what is the difference between fork and spawn methods in Node.js? So the essential difference between the two of them is that if you use the fork method, it will actually trigger and create a new instance of the V8 engine, the engine running Node.js, and will then run the application in that new instance. With spawn, it's somewhat similar. It doesn't actually generate a new V8 instance. So it's actually creating a new process, but it's within the same V8 instance as the previous application that it was spawned from. Explain to me, what is the use of buffer class in Node.js? So with the buffer class, what you're looking at doing is you're actually controlling the raw data of a set of arrays and integers and the memory allocation outside of the V8 heap. Buffer class is used because pure JavaScript is not compatible with binary data. What is piping in Node.js? So piping is the ability to connect the output of one stream to another stream. That could be a data stream, it could be any stream that you're working with. But it does normally get used to pass data from one stream to another. So what are some of the flags used in the rewrite operation files? So R- is used for read, W is for opening a file for writing, A- is opening a file for appending. So the collection that you have here, you don't have to really memorize all of them, but to have a few of them in the back of your mind is always a good reference point. So how would you open a file using Node.js? So the syntax you would use would be the fs.open, and that would then open up a file. Explain to me what callback hell is. So callback hell, also known as the pyramid of doom, is when you have too many nested, unreadable, and unmanageable callbacks intensively cycle within each other. They're constantly reading to each other, and they're not able to resolve the solution. And this is it's a big problem, and this is why it's called callback hell, because you're not able to finalize the app you're working on. What is a reactor pattern in Node.js? And so a reactor pattern is a concept of non-blocking I/O operations. Can you explain to me the test pyramid for Node.js? So the test pyramid, and this is standard for testing for all DevOps, is really split into three key areas. You have unit tests, integration tests, and then end-to-end or E2E tests. The unit tests are tests that you actually do in your raw code that you're working on, and the goal there is to be able to validate that the code you're writing is consistently working. Integration allows you to have tests that integrate your raw code that you're working with in your application with other areas of an application. And then end-to-end is the whole system, the whole interface, as it were, for your solution. Describe the exit codes of Node.js. So an exit code is a specific code that identifies the end of a specific process. And examples of exit codes are unused, uncaught fatal exception, fatal error, internal JavaScript evaluation area. These are all good examples of exit codes. So what is middleware? Can you explain the concept of middleware in Node.js? So with middleware, it is the ability to be able to connect to a system and get data from it that's outside of Node.js. So this may be executing a type of code, or updating and modifying a request and response to a specific type of object, finishing the request response cycle. Can you explain to me what are the types of HTTP requests that you may use when working with Node.js? There are actually quite a lot, but 4 of them that you might use would be get, post, head, and delete. And these are, if you've done any web application before, particularly if you worked with forms inside of a web application, you're probably very familiar, certainly with get and post. Get is the request to retrieve data. Post is generally used for changing state in the data. Head is similar to get, but also asks for a response if there's no body content. So if you're developing an API, this would be a good one to use. And delete is used to delete the predetermined source. So how would you connect to MongoDB database and with Node.js? And you use that using the Mongo client. And the example we have on the left-hand side illustrates that. What is the use of Node_env? And so the Node_env is an environment variable that stands for Node Environment in Express Server. So the example we have on the right-hand side allows you to illustrate how you would do that for, say, a production environment. So what are some of the various timing features in Node.js? So The timing functions that you could use here, set timeout and then clear timeout, and use to schedule code execution that you'd have inside of your application. You also have set interval and clear interval to execute a block of code up multiple times in your application. Set intermediate and clear intermediate to execute code that is at the end of your application.
In this video, we'll understand what exactly MongoDB is and what are its key features. Now, I'm sure you must have heard about databases, but MongoDB is a popularly used not only SQL database. Now, without further delay, let's begin and understand what exactly MongoDB is. So here's what's in store for you. First, we'll understand what MongoDB is. Then we'll understand why exactly MongoDB is used. Then we'll understand the characteristics of MongoDB. After that, we'll understand the working of MongoDB and how it functions. We'll also look at some of the commonly used applications of MongoDB. And finally, we'll look at the top companies that readily deploy MongoDB. So what exactly is MongoDB? It is a document-oriented NoSQL database. It was initially released in August 27, 2009. MongoDB replaces the concept of rows of conventional relational data models with something called as documents. It offers developers the flexibility to work with evolving data models. Since it's document-based, MongoDB allows embedded documents, arrays, and represents complex hierarchical relationships using a single record. It is also schema-free, which means that the keys defined in the document are not fixed. As a result, massive data migrations can be ruled out. But you must be wondering, when there's something like SQL, why is NoSQL or MongoDB used? There are a few reasons why MongoDB is widely used. First up is flexibility. MongoDB's notion of documents that can contain sub-documents nested in complex hierarchies is really expressive and flexible. Flexible query model. A user can selectively index some part of a document or a query based on attribute values, regular expressions, or ranges. Next up is native aggregation. Native aggregation allows its users to extract and transform data from MongoDB and either load them in a new format or export it from MongoDB to other data sources. It makes it extremely compatible. Lastly, as mentioned earlier, the schema-free model. Now, applications get the power and responsibility to interpret different properties in different ways. Now that you know what MongoDB is and why exactly it's used, let's have a look at the characteristics of MongoDB. Firstly, it's a general-purpose database. Now, MongoDB can serve heterogeneous loads and multiple purposes within an application. Again, it has a flexible schema design. Document-oriented approaches with non-defined attributes that can be modified on the fly is a key contrast between MongoDB and any other relational database. Next up is scalability and load balancing. It's built to scale both vertically but most importantly horizontally. Using sharding, an architect can share load between different instances and achieve both read and write scalability. When it comes to load balancing, this happens automatically and transparently to the user by the shard balancer. Again, we have aggregation framework. Now, MongoDB offers an extract, transform, and load framework that eliminates the need for complex data pipelines. Native replication. Now, data will get replicated across a replica set without complicated setup. Security features. Both authentication and authorization are taken into account in MongoDB. Next up is JSON. Now, JSON is widely used across the web for front-end and API communication, and as such, it's easier when the database is also compatible with the same protocol. Lastly, we have MapReduce. Now again, MapReduce is an excellent tool to build data pipelines, and MongoDB uses MapReduce readily. Now let's quickly have a look at the working of MongoDB. Data is stored in documents with the help of key value pairs. Now the data is stored in the BSON format. At the backend, MongoDB converts JSON data into a binary format known as BSON. MongoDB also makes provision for nested data. Now all of these documents are stored in a collection. These collections hold multiple documents, and since MongoDB is schema-less, the documents in one collection need not be similar. Now again, these collections are stored in the entire MongoDB database. As mentioned earlier, MongoDB makes provision for nested data. This makes fetching of data extremely efficient when compared to other databases. Now you must be wondering where exactly MongoDB can be applied or used. So let me help you with that. Several areas of technologies use MongoDB as their DBMS currently. Some of them are Internet of Things, mobile applications, real-time analysis, personalization, catalog management, and content management. Now all said and done, let's look at some of the companies that use MongoDB currently. Companies like Toyota, SAP, AstraZeneca, Adobe, Verizon, Cisco, Barclays, and Google, among others, readily deploy MongoDB as their database management system. In this video, I'm going to help you install and set up MongoDB on your Windows system. You will have to navigate to the official MongoDB website. And here you can see software. So go ahead and click on Community Server under Software. And you can see that the current version is 4.4.4 and the platform is Windows, and make sure that the package is MSI. Alright, now go ahead and press download. So this could take a while. Alright, so once it's downloaded, go ahead and install it. Now since it's already installed on my system, the installation process will be different, but you just need to follow the steps there and finally install it. So once you're done with the installation, you can go to your C drive, and here you can click on Program Files, and you can see that MongoDB is installed. And inside of it, you have the server folder, and then you have the 4.4 folder, and then you have the bin folder. Right? So here you have the application, that is your Mongo and the MongoD applications. Both are executable files. Now the MongoD file or the application is the daemon process. Now this is the background process that makes sure you retrieve the data from the database, access the data. So it does all the background tasks. So after the installation, now you need to create a path to this file. By doing this, you don't have to always go to the bin folder and then execute the file. You can directly execute the file on your command prompt, right? So for that, let's just go to our environment variables. But before that, let's just copy this path, right? And here under the user variable section, click on path and say edit, and go ahead and just paste it, right? I've already pasted mine, so just go ahead and paste it and click on OK and say OK, right? So now you've created the path successfully. Now let's head to our command prompt and run the Mongo file. So here you can just directly type Mongo since the path has already been created. So just go ahead and say Mongo, and here you can see that your Mongo server has been generated, and with this you know that your MongoDB has been successfully installed and your server is up and running, right? So just for confirmation, let's see if there are any databases and how much space they've occupied. So you can right now just type show DBS, and when you click on it, it says admin, config and localhost, and all of it is 0. So with that, you have successfully installed MongoDB on your system and it's up and running. Alright.
In this particular tutorial, we will be learning what MongoDB is all about and their advantages and some practical demonstrations. So let's get started now. So here in MongoDB, we would like to discuss about what is a MongoDB. So as we know, the MongoDB is known to be a traditional document-based database, okay, which stores the data in a document. Okay, NoSQL means it doesn't say like no to SQL. Instead, it says not only SQL. That means it is not only SQL, but it is supporting the other approaches too. Okay, so the document based, when we talk about it, actually represents the typical hierarchical relationship using the single records. That means how the records are related with each other. So that's how exactly it represents. And it is a pure schema free environment, so that you really do not need to have a schema before you go and develop this program. So it is a pure schemaless environment. Due to that, it is giving you far more better flexibility when you talk about completely unorganized environment. So what is NoSQL? So here's the idea about a NoSQL. So it is completely into the non-relational database. Like traditionally, if you see any non-relational database, you talk about typical NoSQL, it's purely into the document base. Here, NoSQL does not use any tables like in rows and columns. A traditional RDB based approach, if you see, there they are using a complete table structure, like they talk about columns, they talk about rows and all about. So here in NoSQL, it stores the relationship data in the documents. So the different type of NoSQL databases are available, like you talk about called document based, you talk about key value based, you talk about white column based and graph based. Different options are available for the NoSQL, but the one which we are using at MongoDB, it is a purely document based database. Now here we would like to go ahead with some demonstrations, like talking about like how MongoDB installation works and the other aspects. Okay everyone, so now we're going to start working on the first option called MongoDB installation. Okay, see, MongoDB installation is very simple. If you open on a website and go for this website name called MongoDB download. If we talk about MongoDB download, you're going to see the official website called MongoDB community download is available. When you click here, so you can see it is taking the current version to 4.4.6. macOS, it by default detected my platform. However, you can select, depends on which platform you have it. And after that, you will be clicking on this download. Okay, so it will get ready for. If you are from Windows, I would say in this Windows, you can select appropriate option. Like two options are available. You can talk about MSI or talk about zip. My recommendation is you can stick to the zip portion, because it won't start any MongoDB services behind the scene. That is really helpful, because you really do not want the MongoDB to be there running unnecessary, even if it is not required. My suggestion is to stick to the zip file. So here, once the MongoDB is there, so you will be seeing there are two files available inside the MongoDB folder inside the bin. So once you download the zip, you will find two different type of files are available. Let me mention those. So inside the bin folder, you will see two files. One is called MongoD. Okay, the other file which is available called Mongo. MongoD is to basically start the MongoD server, and the Mongo is actually the client which will connect with the MongoD. Clear? So if you are in Windows environment, so once you are inside this bin folder of your zip file, you will get the MongoD. So you have to double click on this. It will start a new command prompt. So you do not need to do anything further. Just minimize this command prompt and go inside the bin folder again and click on the another binary file called Mongo. So it will get start as a client. Okay, since I am using the MacBook, here the concept is little different about how MongoDB can be used. Okay, so this is just a basic way of how the Mongo is being used into your code. Okay everyone, so now as we are in the MacBook, so here to start MongoDB we have a very special way to start with. So here I'll start with my terminal, and here I would like to paste one very simple command to start my MongoDB database, that is called MongoD and after that you have to say -db path. It is the place where your database will be starting. And one more important thing I forgot to mention, like MongoDB would not start automatically inside your Windows machine unless inside your C drive you have to create a new folder name called data, and under this you have to create a new folder name called db, because automatically when the MongoDB starts, it looks inside the C drive data inside a db folder. There your all records will get stored. So do not forget, whenever you're trying to use the MongoDB, so you must have this particular folder structure in place in your local machine. Otherwise this is not gonna start. Every time when you start your MongoDB without this location, it automatically terminates. So to avoid those, make sure that you have this DataDB folder ready with you. However, you can also change the location of this particular folder structure, for which we will discuss it little later on. But as of now, we can see I'm giving my location that is called -db path/datadb. I hit enter. You can see now my MongoDB is starting now, and since it's stuck, so I have to start the new terminal now. So here I'll open another tab and type Mongo, and the moment I type Mongo, now you can see it is now connected with my MongoDB, and now it is ready. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, now to check which other databases are available to you, so you can just type show DBS. So it will show you the number of databases which are already there inside your existing newly installed MongoDB. But you can go back and create new database too. Here you can see some databases are already present. However, you go back and create the new databases into your system. And to create this database, we have a very simple option available here, name called use SimpliDB. If I say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates this database and take you inside. Let's see. Now you can see you say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates, though it is not there, but automatically takes you in while creating those. Okay, so that means you are in current database name called SimpliDB. So if you're not sure which database you are in, so you can just type DBS or DB, and it will show you that your current database is SimpliDB. That's it. So your database is set, and we are all good to go ahead with our next level development. Hello everybody and welcome back. In a previous videos you have seen like how to create a database and how to identify whether my database is there or not. So if you remember, previously we have created our database using use keyword. So if I just see my databases which we have created last time, so how we can check this out? We can say show space DBS. Okay, so you can see we have got database list, but we do not have any database which we have created last time is registered here. That's quite surprising, because when we have created our database, it should be listed here, but it is not. Let's do one more time. I'm saying use SLDB, and I'm saying switch to SLDB. Now when I say once again show DBS, so I still don't see my database is listed here. There is a reason. The reason is, according to the MongoDB rule, unless we have minimum one record or collection stored inside my MongoDB, it really can't show in the list. Now I want to tell you about a few important things. Now here when we talk about called MongoDB, in this MongoDB compared to the relational database, here the table which is actually in RDBMS it is called, here it is called collection. Okay, DB is still called DB here. Okay, that means the database will be still called database, but row, what you use this word in a traditional RDBMS, here it is known as called document. If you remember, I told you like it is a document based database. So here every single record what you try to insert, it is not called a typical row, it is instead called a document. So every table is called collection and every single row it is called document. That's what exactly the difference is. Okay, now here once it is ready, we will go ahead and talk about our next feature now. Well, we have to basically go and create a new collection. Okay, so what you can say, db dot create collection, and here I can pass my collection name. I can say demo collection. So once it is done, I can see collection is created. In typical language, I can say the table is created, and now when I try to see same show dbs, I can see my database is now listed. Okay, that's how exactly it works. So the very simplest way of how we use in my code. Well, in our previous examples, we have seen like how we can create a collection and we can give the name, and I can see the details are listed when I say show dbs. But there's again another alternative option available where you can just do that without even saying db.create collection. Well, if I want to create a collection, I really don't need this particular functionality called create collection. I can directly use this statement name called db.sl student.insert, and here we would like to add the property like a name, and here we can say admin. Now what does that meaning is? When you say db.sl student.insert and I hit enter, you can see this n inserted one, and surprisingly when you try to say press enter, you will see this SL student is not a collection which we have created earlier. So what this line does, this line not only create the collection for you, but also add a record inside with this property called name, because that is a MongoDB, and MongoDB is always following the JSON based structure, and due to that it goes with the key and value pairs. So db is a predefined keyword, SL student is a collection name, insert is a command through which you are trying to insert a record. Now to check how many collections are there. Okay, so we have one property called show collections. When I say show collections, I can list down those number of collections, or else I can say tables in a typical RDBMS language which are there added in my system. So SL student in which I can see the record is inserted. So if I want to confirm, I can simply say db.sl student.find. Find is a function through which I can list down those number of records which are added. I say find, and you can see that the records are received. At the same time, when I say db dot the name called demo collection, okay, db.democollection.find, I'll find no record. Reason because this collection was created but there was no record which was inserted in. But you will see when I write this command called slstudent.insert, it not only create a new collection for me but also insert the record into my table, also called a collection. That's where exactly it is giving you the advantage when you want the collections to be created along with the data. This is the way how you can really do this. Clear? But whenever you talk about db.create collection, many people always think about what is the significance of having this db.create collection. Look, db.create collection is having its own significance. we never recommend this technique, okay, to create a collection, because when you create a collection, you always bring some restrictions, some terminology which missed out whenever you talk about this line. So having this db.create collection, you can also offer some additional capping which is not possible when you use db.collection name.insert. So you might be thinking what those cappings you're talking about. Let me try to brief you. When I say db.create collection, and here we are providing the first name called suppose student. Okay, when I say student, so after this is student, additional parameters what we can pass is this. When I say capped colon true, what we say capped colon true, so you are enabling the capping. After that, the next parameter I'm going to pass, that is known as called size. In this size, we are providing the size. Suppose I'm saying 5 to 4, and also we are saying 2880. That is the size of 5 MB, and here we are giving call max colon 5. What exactly that meaning is? See, the meaning is very simple. Whenever we try to bring this create collection option, so capping true means you are enabling the capping. So what does that meaning is? It is trying to say in this particular collection name called student, maximum number of documents can be either 5 or less than 5. Clear? And the collective size of documents cannot be increased to more than 5 MB. That means you're trying to say either by adding the total number of 5 records, the collective size of 5 documents will reach to 5 MB, okay, or else the maximum number of 5 documents can be stored. So whichever fills earlier. You may have a total number of 4 documents which are pretty heavy and they reach to the size 5 MB, and beyond that the next document won't be added, or else you can have the 5 documents which has not yet even reached. So any option will help you to achieve this. So that's where exactly you can offer the capping, but this is only possible when the user is trying to say db.create collection. This option is not possible when you're trying to use this. So that's the benefit of having this db.create collection, and this is what we always recommend. Well, now we would like to talk about our next feature here inside the same MongoDB. So we now know how to create a collection, how to create a database, and how to switch from one database to the another database. Now we will tell you like how to insert a document. So far we have already seen how to insert a document inside the MongoDB. Now we would like to also show you how we can insert the documents using multiple techniques. So remember one thing, MongoDB comes with two different types of documents. One is called relational document and second is called embedded document. Mostly while working with MongoDB, we always recommend you to use embedded documents because that helps you to scale up your application without any hurdle. Okay, the embedded documents means what? That means the I would say the parent record as well as the child records both stores in the same location. Fine. So how exactly that is? Let's take a look about this example. Here we would like to insert some records by saying db.student. I do not have a student collection, but I'm just telling you db.student.insert. Here we would like to add some records. What I'm trying to say, the registration number. I'm just saying 1, 2, 3, 4. You can give anything. Now the next one we will talk about called name. This name we can say student1, followed by the next one. I'm talking about which course the student has registered, so we can say course. Inside this course we would like to say the course name. So let's say course name. we are giving the course name called MCA. Okay, followed by another property called duration. Okay, I'm giving this duration is called 3 years, like that. After that, this curly braces is closing. That means, see, the idea is like you see the course is an embedded document, because from course you have got few more properties like in course name and duration. I'm closing this and starting the another property, and that is called address. Okay, sorry, let me remove from here and from address. And address we can say one more curly braces, and inside this address we can say city. I'm giving the name called what? Bangalore. The another one we are using that is called state. Let me remove this state colon KE. Okay, and the third property we are using that is known as called country. Here is saying IE, that is called India. So it is closing here. Okay, and it is closing here. So the inner document and outer document both are closed. Hit enter, and now you can see the records are inserted. One thing you might notice, the course and the address, these two are embedded documents and they do not have any primary key of its own. Instead, the course and address both are directly dependent on the student object or the student database. So I will say student have the registration number, fine, and the primary key. So the primary key will be associated with the most outer document, and the inner documents are directly associated with them. And now when I try to say db dot student dot find, you can see now the records are fetched. I can understand many of you are thinking every time while adding the record we do not add any object ID, and here you might have observed and there also you have observed. Then what exactly that ID is? Now let me brief you. This ID is nothing but a unique primary key your MongoDB has offered you. That means MongoDB says whichever data you are inserting it, so by default with every single document MongoDB will associate this by default property called underscore ID, which you can't even ignore. However, you can override. I haven't provided any underscore ID as a property because this is a predefined property associated with every single MongoDB document. If you want to override it, you can override from this value to any value, because if you do not pass any value, this value will be automatically provided. That is a typical hexadecimal value. However, if you want to override it, you can override the value of underscore ID, but you can't change the key name. Let's try with some another record. So the same record, if I try to add, let's go. I'm using call student2, and here I'm saying 1 2 3 4 5. Here if I want to override it, I can just say underscore ID colon. Now I can give the value called what? 101. This you need to remember. So I'm overriding this value with 101. Now adding it, now records are added. Now let me call find. Now you see this time the records when I fetched. So in this record, the first record contains a default underscore ID. In a second record, it is the one which I have provided. And remember one thing, in MongoDB, you really can't offer any property other than underscore ID as a primary key. Here there is no concept of having the like in composite key which you used to do in traditional IDBMS. Here you have only underscore ID, and this is the only property which you can override it, else by default the new value will be given to you. So this is the first way of how the insert document has been done. We'll be telling you the another ways where the other documents are also added. Okay, so In the previous examples, you have seen like how we can add the records, but I also tell you there is another alternative options are available if you want to insert the records in a bulk. That option is also possible in MongoDB. How we can do? Let's try to understand. Here we would like to use one very simple concept called var my emp equal to, now starting with a typical object like this, and after that I'm adding this, and within this I'm adding the first property called emp id colon 1. After this, okay, now you can see it is not understanding, because that is a challenge when we talk about call the logical part, because you go with multiple lines, it is not supporting. However, we have to follow the same lines now. emp id 1, and we just give the second property called emp name. So emp id, just remove this, I just say emp id and I say emp name colon admin. Okay, adding it here. So first record here, again I'm adding another one that is called emp id colon 2. Okay, and now colon manager. Okay, again colon 3 and colon QA. Add it. Okay, and this curly braces is closing. After this, your square bracket is also closing, and once it is done, you come down and say db dot new emp dot insert. Okay, and here you pass the name of the object called my emp, and you can see now it is telling you n inserted 3. That is known as called bulk insert, where you're inserting multiple records in a single shot. See how easy it is for you. Okay, now you simply use db dot, the collection name is what? Your new emp dot find, and you can see now all 3 records are inserted with its default object ID. Okay, so that is a really nice idea to have the ID to be provided. Okay, remember this statement. So you understood finally how we can add the records in a bulk. Going forward, we will also talk about which is related to your update as well as delete in your upcoming demos. Okay, but here that is the first thing which you realize it, how we can perform those kind of operations in very simple and straightforward manner. Okay everyone, so now we have got 3 records with us, and in case if I'm planning to perform update on any of my records, how will I do this now? So we have a predefined functions available name called update function. Let's see how this update function can really work. So we use this statement name called db dot, what is my collection name, which is known as called a new emp. Okay, dot update. Okay, so what I will do, I will say db dot new emp dot update here. Okay, now when we talk about called update, we have a statement available. Okay, what is that? That is called emp id, we will call emp name. So we say wherever the emp id is this, I want to change what? The name. How can I do this now? Very simple. To perform this, what I would like to do now, I want to basically add few more records to give you some more better idea. You can see now here we have a call admin ID name. So I just do one thing. I just change the IDs 1, 2, 3. I just say 4. I say 5. I say 6. Okay, and I call this. Again, the 3 records are inserted. Now let me try to call find. Now we have total number of 6 records are available, where admin is repeated, manager is repeated, QA is repeated. Now let me try to update the record. Okay, now I want to say db dot new emp dot update. Here I would like to perform the property like in what name. I say emp name colon. I say admin. Okay, so I just close that and I use another curly braces with dollar set. Set means you want to set the new value. Here we are giving emp name. Okay, what I want to do, I say wherever the name is admin, change to what? Admin new. That name I want to change it. Close this, and run. Now you can see it is saying n matched to 1 and the record fields are updated like this. Let me check. Well, here I will see the value called admin new is updated, but I have one more admin called admin. It is not changed, and that is something which you need to notice. What you need to notice is like when you try to perform update. So what MongoDB does, it starts from the top, find the first record, change the value or modify the value, and come out from the loop. It doesn't carry forward its search process for the next level of results, and that is something which is I really want to do that. So in case if you are planning to change those values multiple times, so what you need to do, let's take a look. Here in the similar example, here we have a call name admin, second property we have a call manager. Let's try to say managers are repeated twice, so we just want to change to new underscore manager, and I want to update multiple values. So what I will do here, I will put comma and say multi colon true. Okay, saying multi-colon true, that you want to say, hey, I want to update multiple search or multiple repetitions. Hit enter. This time you can say it is saying and match to and modify to. That means 2 records found and 2 records are modified. Let's check. There we go. We have got new manager is updated in both the location. That's something which is really awesome, because this is how you try to perform the multiple changes. Well, in our previous examples, you see like how we can perform the update part, but we have one more beautiful feature available inside the MongoDB, and that is called how exactly we can perform upsert. Clear? Let's talk about upsert. Upsert is a combination of update and insert. Let me try to show you one magic here. Here, when we talk about called update part, you see now, here we are trying to say this point. Yeah, you see about multi-true we have used. Now here, this multi-true is we're trying to update, but let's talk about something called manager2. Enter. Now you can see it is saying no records found. Clear now, no records found. But there's one concept available named called upsert. Upsert means if I try to perform upsert, it means if the records are not available, it will insert the record. I want to show you one simple example now. Here we are using multi-true. Okay, so as I can see, we're using something called name and we're performing this update part. So in this update part, we're using this $set new manager. So here, rather than using multi-true, we are saying upsert true. When I say upsert true, so what happened now? They say n matched 0 and up inserted 2 and modified with id this. That means when I try to call this find function, you'll be seeing now we have a got the another record has been added. Are we clear now? As a new record. So upsert does what? Upsert says like if the records are found, I will update it. If it is not, I will insert it. That means if I try to call the same thing, manager 2, fine, it is added as a new manager. Now if I just try to say not manager 2, I will call QA, and here we are saying emp equal to new underscore QA. And now you can see it is saying n matched 1, n upserted 0 and modified 1. So it is clearly telling you like, hey, I did not find any inserted part, but yes, I matched one record, I found one record, and the one record is updated now. That is very, very beneficial feature when you really want to perform upsert. So that is the advantage of upsert. That is also called update plus insert. Very important feature that depends on the requirement. If you want to add, you can certainly add this. So the way we have tried to add this upserted part, we can also try to perform the delete part also. Okay, so MongoDB also helps you to perform the delete part. And how you'll be trying to add it now? Let's try to understand. Here in my code, if I want to perform any delete part, I have this statement name called db dot, the option we are using it, that is also called collection name emp, new emp, sorry, dot, we have an option name called remove. In this remove, we would like to offer the property. Okay, and what we're talking about now here, let's try to add the ID here or the name which you would like to import. So I want to say like emp name admin new. So we just say p name. Okay, and then name is called what? Admin new. Okay, emp name admin new. When I say remove, we can see it is removing the first record. So you can see now the records are removed. Fine, because there is only one admin new is available. Okay, now in a similar way, if I try to remove the property called new underscore manager, new underscore manager, hit enter. Now you can see the 3 records are removed. So it's not like update which removes update only one record. It can also eliminate more than one records at the same time. That's the benefit of remove. So now you can see we have already implemented some records. As I seen earlier, like we have performed the delete part now. Now when I try to say db dot new emp dot find, 3 records are available with me, 3, 4 and 6. Now when it comes to insert part we have seen, update part we have seen, delete part we have seen. Now it's time to basically fetch the records. So find function we've already seen, but in find function we also have some conditions, so-called queries. So in case if you want to limit the number of records into your application, you can also do that. Let's see, db dot new emp dot find. Clear now? So in find you can also pick up the specific records too, like when I'm saying dot find, and here we can just say name colon admin. Sorry, here to put curly braces. It says there is no record with a name called admin because it is an emp name, not a name. So let me change back to. Now I can see it finds one record. So like that, you can also apply a condition, okay, into your code. Now, in a similar line, if you really don't want to offer any condition, okay, but you want to limit the number of records to be shown, so you have this function available name called limit 2. 2 means only 2 records. Now you can see, though I have 3 records, but it is only showing me 2 records because I have limit those number of records into my code. Also, we can perform sorting in case if you want to perform the sorting in ascending and descending order, that also you can also do. So here, rather than saying limit, we just put this option name called sort, and in this sort, on which property you want to sort it, that also you can mention. So we can just say emp name okay, and using ascending order or descending order, so you can just say -1. That is called descending order. Hit. Now you can see it is showing in a descending order. Now if I just say -1, if I just say 1, now it is showing you in an ascending order. So you can pick up the specific property behalf on which you can tell it should be either on descending order or ascending order. So that option really works very fine. Okay. So that's like how you can perform the queries. But remember one thing, you can also search the records based on their embedded columns too. Because if you see in our previous records, we have some records added. Okay, that is, let me try to say show collections. I will call SL student and student. Okay, db dot find. Okay, you can see we have records which are embedded records. Now if you want to search the records based on their embedded properties, like I'm talking about address, there's one property name called city. Fine, so if you would like to pick up those records, these are also possible. So how you can do this? Very simple. So you say db dot student dot find. Okay, so inside this find, you can provide the specific properties. Like my outermost property name is called what? Address. So we are using this option called address dot city. So we say city. Are we clear? Colon. I'm giving the city name called what? Bangalore. Clear? Let me close this. And that's it. Okay. So we have to start passing another curly braces here. Hit enter, and you can see now I find 2 records because both the records belong to what? Bangalore. So I'm getting this city Bangalore with me. That's really awesome. Like you can also pass the city accordingly. A part of that, we also have the other details also, okay, in which you can have the conditions based on less than, greater than, or whatever values you would like to make it is available and possible. Okay, so that's how the conditions are satisfied. So suppose if you would like to pick the users, are we clear, where the range which you would like to consider, so those are also possible. Like you can see, we have this property name called what, emp id 3 and 6. I just want to pick up only those records whose id is greater than what, 2. So what I can say, db dot new emp, okay, dot find, and inside this find we can say the property. Okay, so what's property we're using? emp id. We are saying emp id here, colon, here we'll be using $gt. gc stands for what? Greater than, colon, we're giving the value called what? 1. Fine, close this, run. You can see you have received 3 records, 3, 4 and 6. In case if I just look forward for higher than 5, you will see only 1 record. So greater than, that's called GT. Okay, same option, if I just say LT, you can see we have found 2 records. So less than, greater than. Okay, so that's how exactly you offer it. Okay, and also you can provide the condition so-called limit, as I can say find emp id the way we provided. So here I will not use less than. Okay, instead I'll be providing another property. Let me show you what. So here in emp id, whatever we have taken, so let me try to take the property called find, and here we are providing emp id, and then we're using another curly braces, and we're using $in. Is very important property, $in, colon, here you provide the details. I'm saying inside, so the property is 346, we are saying 3, 6. Close this, and you can see we got 2 records which matched with 3 and 6. That's the benefit of having this. Okay everyone, so in our previous example we have already seen lot many activities. This time we are trying to offer you something very interesting feature, and that is known as called working with indexing. See, MongoDB is one of the most popular tool, and one of the reason why it is very popular because it is having the facility of having indexing. Now what exactly the index does? So friends, main job of having this index is to basically give you the concept of like how one particular document, which is huge document, in case if you would like to perform any sort of indexing inside this, how you will be applying this. So to apply indexing into my code, let's try to understand why index is really required. Without indexing and with indexing, how you'll be making a difference into the code. So to make it happen, we would like to insert some records to confirm. Okay, so what I will do is in step number 1, previous records, if I see, I have got 46341, depends on what earlier records we had it. So we had a call new emp. So db dot new emp dot find. So we have total number of 3 records are available. So it's okay, we can have this 3 records with me. Now let me try to apply indexing. Without indexing, if I want to find a result, what outcome I'm gonna receive. So to know about how much time it's gonna be taking, if I have got large number of records with me, I'll be using this statement name called db dot, the name is called new emp dot explain, and here I'll be using one predefined functionality called execution stats. Execution stats. Okay, now here after this execution starts, we'll be using dot find. We'll be using the first property here, okay, and what user would like to find it, that you need to basically offer it. So we are giving the name called emp name colon, I'm giving the name called QA. Okay, let's close. Okay, now when I pressed hit enter, execution stats is a predefined functionalities which will tell me when the query was executed, what exactly the query plan was. Hit enter, and now you can see a lot of details are available with me. Like you can see parse query, winning plan and everything. One thing you need to remember, by default here when I try to run, it says and return 1, advanced 1, need time, total, everything it is showing me. But one important thing which you will see here is total number of documents scanned. So it is telling me total number of document examined is 3. Clear now? And return 1, that means one result is returned and the total number of documents examined is 3 in order to find this record. Just imagine a use case here. When I say total number of documents examined 3, in case if I have got millions of records with me, that means to search the record, it will examine all the millions number of records to search the result, which certainly gonna be taking huge amount of time. And that's where exactly when you try to search the record, fine, when you have no indexing is available. Okay, so you need to understand one important thing is, by default index is applied on your underscore id. db dot new emp db dot new emp dot when I say db.newemp.get index is a predefined function, it tells me like, hey, by default index is applied on underscore id. That's the fact, because by default index is applied on underscore id, not on the other properties. So I need to identify which of the properties are required to be get indexes. MongoDB advantage is it is supporting multi-column indexes, and that's what exactly we would like to see. So let's see in our next demo. Now we will try to apply indexing on our own property. Okay, so to apply the index, what we need to do, we have to say db dot, certainly we will be talking about called collection name called new emp dot create index. Here you have to pass two things. Number one, on which property you would like to apply. Okay, and it has to be ascending or descending. So I'm trying to apply on emp name, and I want the index to be applied on ascending order. Okay, so here colon 1, hit enter. You can see now it is telling me like number of indexes before 1 and number of indexes after 2. That means earlier index was available only on one particular property, now it is applied on two properties. If you want, you can check. Now you can see there's another property is added called emp underscore 1. Now if I try to execute a similar query which I executed earlier, QA, now you'll be seeing there's a different statistics altogether. Here if I see in my code, see, it will tell you total document examined 1. See, now earlier the number of document examined were 3, but since this index is applied, now it is telling me the total number of document examined is 1. So performance is certainly improved. So to search a document, it won't be searching the complete collections. Okay, rather it will search what? Only that particular column in which it is actually applied for. So that's the benefit, in fact, I would say, when you will be using these kind of indexes into your code. Okay, so hope we all are clear and understood about this concept. So let's go ahead and get this implemented into our system. Well, this is the first way of how the index can be applied. So you can also apply index on multiple properties. Clear? So that we will show you one by one how it is. Okay everybody, so we have already seen in our previous example how we have applied indexes in our existing MongoDB application. So it is also a possibilities where we want to also apply the index on other number of properties too. As you can see in our existing database, okay, an existing collection. My collection name is new EMP, which contains two different properties. One is called EMP ID and second is called EMP name. Just now we have applied index on our EMP name, but in case if I want to apply index on EMP ID, I'll be using the same technique. Okay, let's try to apply index on the same. So first of all, get indexes. I'm having this index applied on two different property. Now we would like to say db dot create index, and here in this db.create index we can just, I will say db.collection name. So our collection name is called new emp dot create index. First parameter is certainly the name of which property we are applying. So here we are saying emp id, and in this emp id we will just offer it has to be ascending or descending. Let me decide descending order. So we are saying -1. Okay, now let's press enter and check the status. Okay, now you can see earlier indexes which we have created, that was 2, and now it turns to 3. So it is very clear that index is improving. Now let's check this out. db dot new emp dot get indexes. Now we have a total number of 3 indexes are available. So you can apply index on n number of columns if you want. Okay, at the same time, the way we have created the index, in case if I want to drop an index, so we can also drop. So what we can do, db dot new emp dot drop index, and in this drop index we have to provide which particular index we would like to drop. Remember this point. In case if you're planning to drop any sort of index, so you need to provide which index. So you should have that particular index name. Okay, so here we are providing my index name. So it should not be I would say the traditional name called emp id. No, it has to be emp id underscore -1 or emp name underscore 1. So this should be the name. I'm saying emp name. In case if you try this, you see it is saying index not found with the emp name, because internally it maintains with this name. Let's try this out. We say emp name underscore 1. Let's try, and now you can see new index was 3. Okay, 1. Okay, now you can see we have a call emp id and underscore id. So now we have only 2 indexes left. There's no emp name anymore. This is how exactly you can drop the indexes. So it is very simple and straightforward way of how in MongoDB you can perform your activities. Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous examples of MongoDB, you might have considered we have used lot many operations. In our last video we have seen how to utilize indexing into our code. Now in our next journey of our MongoDB, we will see how aggregation works. See, in MongoDB, aggregation plays a vital role, and aggregation comes with so many handy functions with MongoDB which will help you to perform and to apply some very simple code snippets into your ongoing I would say the requirement, which can make your query so much seamless. Now we will see how this aggregation really works. And to work on an aggregation, we have taken some default database name called AggregateDB, and here we have a call student as a by default collection in which we have some set of records are already added. Now, if I just want to apply aggregation, now I would like to tell you about what exactly the aggregation is. See, ideally when you talk about called aggregation, okay, so aggregation is nothing but a call aggregate, like RDBMS. If you see, we have a call aggregation there. So in a Unix command, like you talk about shell pipeline, means the possibility to execute an operation on some input and use that output as an input for the next command. That means the output of one particular execution becomes an input for others. So MongoDB also supports same kind of concept in aggregation framework. There's so many type of functionalities are available, which we will see one by one into our next code. Okay, now here we want to confirm about a few important things. Now here let me try to bring some of the important well-known, I would say, the functionalities of our aggregation framework. First, we use a term name called $project. The project is basically designed for select a specific fields. $project is designed to select what specific fields from a collection. We used to talk about called what? $match. The match is responsible to filter out the operations. Are we clear now? It is designed to filtering out the operations. You talk about $group. Talk about $group. So it does the actual aggregation. Fine. We talk about call $sort. Okay, it basically sort the document. Okay, like that there's so many operations are available, which we will see one by one in our aggregation behavior. Now my first example, the one which I want to execute, I have a called student record with me, which contains a student name, okay, the section and the marks and the subject, on which subject the person or the student is appeared. Now here my first requirement is we want to filter data based on a section A, because students belong to the different sections. As you can see now, they belong to the different sections, section A, B, C, D. So I just want to filter the data based on a section A. Okay, so for filter out, I would like to use $match. Let's see how it works. So I just would like to filter out only those students who belong to the section A. So how we would like to use it now? I will say db dot student dot aggregate, and inside this we would like to use this square brackets and then curly braces, and then use $match. With this I would like to use another curly braces, and I say section A. Okay, and I close this, close this, close the square bracket, close this. Okay, so db.student.aggregate, aggregate should be always associate. Match is now the aggregate functionality, section A. Hit enter, and you can see now it lists down all those students who belong to the section A. Okay, very simple and straightforward example. Now we would like to use the second example. So we want to find out all the records where the section is A and we are using AND operator. Marks is greater than 80. There are so many students who have different marks like 70, 90 and whatever. So we want to use both the conditions together. So how are you going to be using this now? Remember, not only the section A but also marks who are greater than 80. So similar thing, we have a call match. Okay, after this match we are starting this curly braces. Okay, so after this match we would like to bring AND. we say dollar and again colon. Again we are starting this square bracket now. Okay, we talk about what? Section A, number 1, and after this the first curly braces we would like to use marks. So we say marks colon, and once again we would like to start curly braces, and here we use dollar $GT, that is called what? A greater than colon 80. Okay, all are closed. So you see, like here we have got this square bracket and round brackets. So what else is left? So we have called 80, we are using another curly braces needs to be closed here, and then square bracket, okay, and followed by again curly braces, again curly braces, again square bracket, again round brackets. Okay, let's see where it has gone wrong. So we are using this db.student.aggregate, we are use this square bracket, then curly braces, then we use dollar match. Okay, after the dollar match we are using another curly braces, and we have a call AND operator. After this AND we have a call this square bracket, then curly braces, section A. After section A is getting closed, we are using another curly braces, marks colon $GT. Okay, and we are using what? Colon 80. After that we are closing this and using 2 more curly braces, square bracket in this. Okay, so this where exactly you can utilize that. So db.student.aggregate, and like this it will be able to get it now. Okay, so in a previous example that was the only missing point was after this this dollar match we didn't apply this curly braces. That was the only missing point which was there, and now we have applied. Another code is giving me this outcome, and I have only one user who's scoring greater than 80. Well, that was the first thing which we have it now. Along with this, I would like to go ahead and talk about few more things. Now I just would like to bring selective fields, not all the fields. Like as you can see, we have a call student name, section, marks, everything I'm getting it. So I really don't want to bring all the properties from this document. I would like to selectively take specific property. So let's talk about how we can use this. So we'll be using project. You remember about project is responsible to select a specific record. So I just use this statement name called db dot student, okay, dot aggregate. We're using it now. After that, now square bracket, then curly braces. Now we are trying to say dollar project. What we would like to use? Dollar project, and colon we are trying to use student name, okay, colon. Okay, remember one thing, 1 means I want those, 0 means I don't want. So whichever property will be enabling it by giving the 1 as a digit, that means it is expected to be displayed. So I'm saying 1 comma, I'm saying section colon 1, okay, and I'm also looking forward for marks colon 1. That's it. So now you can see now I am once again picking up only those like student, section and marks. Now if I go back and remove some properties, like I only want student and section, you can see I have only student and sections are used. Here if I just use this statement name call underscore id colon 0, now you can see only the names and sections are visible ID is not, because I really don't want ID. By default ID is shown, but if I say it's 0, that means the ID will not be visible here. So like that you can select the columns or the properties accordingly. That was the one way. Now the other thing I would like to use, what if you want to find out the student name, section and marks from student? Once again, we want to find out the student name, section and marks from the student collection where the section is A. Okay, so here it will be the combinations of match as well as the project. How we can use this? Let's take a look towards my implementation. If you see the previous one, what we have used here, you remember about, we have used this statement called aggregate match. Okay, so now we would like to go back and utilize, after this $match, this is a curly braces, I'm giving section colon A. Okay, section colon A, and after this I'll close this. Okay, and close this again. Again I'm opening it up by using this option called project, $project. We're picking up the project right now, and here with this colon symbol we can use again and say student name, colon, we are using 1 comma section colon 1 and 1 marks colon 1, and now closing this. Now you can see I got those. So the requirement was, we want to find out the student name, section and marks from student collection where the section is A. So you are not only using the match, okay, but also using what? The selective details. Like this you can implement it. Okay, that's where exactly the projection really works. So projection gives you lot many opportunities which you can utilize it for your own, and also it comes with lot many predefined functions like in some AVG and all. So let's talk about those functionalities too. So this is the first thing which we have seen, aggregations are taken place. Now in case if you would like to perform the group, like if I want to find out the total marks, group by, okay, section, like each and every section I would like to confirm the total marks in every section, then how will I basically do that? So let's try to get this example also. So here let me try to go back, and we will not be using match here because I would like to use the group part. So after this curly braces we want to use $group. Okay, that is called group by in RDB, is how you use it. Here we use this curly braces again. Here we are passing this underscore ID. Okay, you have to provide underscore ID in a group because you cannot skip it. That part you need to be always remember. You really can't skip $ID whenever you're trying to talk about called group. This is a compulsory field, you need to have it. After that I'm using this section. In this section we are saying $section because we would like to make it on a section basis. After this closing, and here we are using what? Total marks colon, here curly braces again, $sum, okay, colon, on which behalf I want to use in marks, so I can say $marks. Naming convention is very important because it is a JavaScript, so it is a case sensitive. Okay, then, and we can see now section wide, I'm able to get all the marks. Isn't it amazing? That's where exactly the aggregations are playing very important role while retrieving such kind of records. So hope you are clear about how we utilize this together. So in a previous example, we got it like how we are basically taking this marks in my application. Fine. So we are clear about how we are picking that up. But what in case if I would like to take marks for the specific section? So it is also possible. So we'll be using the same group, but the only thing is what we'll be bringing the match between, because here we are trying to get all the section marks. But if you would like to bring it only for the specific section, we know it very well what we need to do. So here, before I talk about called $group, we can use one more curly braces here. Okay, so we can use this option called $match. Okay, and here we are using this option called section A. Sorry, here in $match we are giving this call section : here we're giving A. So closing this, followed by the other areas like in group which you want to start now. So you can start with this curly braces. Hit enter, and you can see now only the specific section you're able to receive the records. And that's very simple now. Okay, so that's where exactly you would like to perform. And there's another option, like in case if you would like to perform an average. Suppose if you want to fetch the count of students in each section and total marks and average marks as well as. So total marks as well as the average marks we want to get it. So how are I able to take it now? So it is very simple, as you have seen earlier also into our code, how we have taken called group_id section. We're talking about section, total marks with the sum. We are also using this. After that, we can also use the average. Okay, so this is, we have taken called group_id sum. So here onwards we will start. So when we say sum marks, after that we can just put curly braces, and we can just use count. Okay, and after this we'll be using this colon, curly braces, and use $sum. Okay, colon 1. Okay, and after that I'll put comma here, and we use average, and inside this average I will use, in curly braces we can say $avg. Okay, colon of what? $marks. Very simple. So curly braces is closed. Okay, so total how many? 3 curly braces will be closed, 1 square bracket and round brackets. And now you can see you got the average markings in each and every section. So just imagine how easy it is for you to deal with the aggregations. So aggregation seems to be a very simple approach provided by MongoDB that really create a difference of how the aggregation changes the way how you react to. Okay everybody, so after going through the idea of like how we can utilize the concept of aggregation, it's time to talk about like how when it works with MongoDB. MongoDB is properly known for, I will say, for replication, that is called high availability, and that feature comes by default with MongoDB. You really don't need to install any software for this because it is a built-in feature for the MongoDB. So when you download that, it comes along with this, so no additional configuration setup is really required when it comes to the MongoDB part. Okay, so let's get started and talk about how MongoDB can offer the replication. See, the idea behind a replication is what? The idea behind a replication is like you are replicating it. Okay, so when you talk about replication, you are replicating your data to where? To the multiple childs. So here in MongoDB, we have one concept available. Okay, that is known as called master. Okay, and slaves. Okay, master is one and there will be multiple slaves. Okay, so these slaves where your records are actually stored, and this is a master which will be responsible to replicate the data to all its childs when the request comes. Due to that, in case if one particular node fails, so automatically the data will be taken from the other nodes. That's the beauty of having this master and node slave process. So to make this possible, we have a very simple option available. In MongoDB, we have one concept like called MongoDB Atlas. So there we can go and get our cluster ready. So here we start with the concept name called MongoDB Atlas. Let's search for MongoDB Atlas, and here I see MongoDB Atlas Database as a Service. See, this is a free tool. It's a cloud environment where you really don't need to install MongoDB in your local machine. It is a cloud-based MongoDB support which is free to use with a limited amount of space, but yes, for the testing purpose it is the best suitable. So I can start with the start free, or else I can say the login here. Okay, from there onwards I can go ahead. Now it is getting ready. Now, this is a place from where you can start working on your cluster. See, as I've told you, like initially when you will be working on this MongoDB, it will ask you to create a cluster initially. Okay, since I already have a cluster with me, okay, so I really don't need to create it, and as a free tier, it will not allow me to have more than one cluster setup ready. So if I say create a new cluster, okay, and I say by default AWS, okay, and let me close down this notification. AWS, you can select any other cloud provider, and 8 GB RAM, cloud backup, cluster name. You can see now it is taking me 0.54 per hour. Reason being because I already have a cluster with me. Hence, more than one cluster is not allowed in a free tier cluster. So I have to cancel this. But you can go and create a cluster the way it was offered there. So if you want to create, you can just go ahead and do nothing. Just select by default AWS, select your location. Okay, give the name of the cluster. You want to give anything, you can give it here. Otherwise, let it be the by default name cluster and say create cluster. It will take a while, minimum 2 to 3 minutes, depends on the availability. It creates a cluster for you, and your cluster, once it is ready, it looks like that. Okay, so here in this application, you have to go back and understand what is there in a cluster. So when I click on cluster 0, you can see now here we have got 3 nodes available. One is called primary node, which is called master, as I suggested earlier. And now we have called slaves. Automatically when the clusters are created inside this MongoDB, by default it will be 3 node cluster, where the one will be the primary and 2 will be secondary. Based on your package, whichever you have taken it, you can increase the number of nodes later on, but as a free, I will be receiving total number of 3 nodes available here. So records, whichever will be stored, it will get stored automatically in both the nodes, secondary nodes. And from the primary, I can insert the record, and secondaries, I can read the records. Remember, you can't insert the records into the secondaries. You can only insert the record only in your primary record. Secondaries are not allowed to insert. So this is your replica set. Okay, these are the nodes which are available to you. So when you click on this primary here, you will see it is telling you no data available, no data available. Nothing is there because I haven't stored any records as such. So I just go back to my cluster. So initially I would like to go back and create few things now. Okay, I would like to go back and set up few initial things at a time of creating the cluster, because when a cluster is created, clear now, so in that point of time node setting is configured, you have to do few settings now. First setting is you have to put it, remember the steps. First step will be your network access. So in network access you have to go and you have to say add IP address, and in this add IP address you have to select this option from which location you would like to accept. Only those IP addresses will be whitelisted. Otherwise what you can do, you can see here in my options I have given 0.0.0. that means all IP addresses are acceptable. So all IP addresses are used. Okay, so this you have to enable it, otherwise you won't be able to get this network access from any third-party locations. Next you have to talk about call database access, which is required for you to create a new user. There are already some new users are created, but it is recommended that you to go and create a new users here. Okay, so you can go back and add a new user. So by default it is username and password is given, so you can go back and create a new user. When I say add user, you can give the username as well as the password as per your own convenience. So new user I'm going to create it, that is known as called SL, okay, user, and here we're giving call admin 123. So SL user admin 123. Remember this will be the username and password. I'm saying add user. New user is automatically added. SL user admin 123. So once you have provided this network access, database access, next you have to create a new data. So what you need to do, when you go back to your statement, okay, network access, database access, it will ask you like you want to create a new database. So I just go back to my project 0. There will be an option called collections. You have to go back and create a new collection here. Now it is retrieving the list of databases. Now you can see there are already some collections are there. MongoDB is one of the database which is there. DemoDB is there. Lot many databases are there. So you can go back and create some new database and connect through. So if I just create database, I already have a Simplilearn DB with me. User app is already one collections I've created. So creating a database and collection is very easy. If I give you the quick demo, I say create database, give the collection name called SL demo, okay, and give the username called AMP SL demo employee. I say create. Now you can see SL demo and create. It is there with me. So there is no record right now, and once it is there ready, so remember SL demo and employee. I'll go back to my code again, project 0, and from here I can say connect because I want to connect it. So to connect it from, because your MongoDB is already there, so you want to connect it through. So to connect it through, we have a very simple option available. You can just click on this connect option. Multiple options are there. Through Mongo Shell, connect your third-party application with the MongoDB Compass. So since I already have a Mongo Shell with me, so Mac OS, I have this Mac OS with me, so you can just use this line. Okay, so if you have a window, you can select your window. Since I have this Mac OS, I'm selecting this line, but I need to replace with this you can see this username, okay, and you have to give the username here. I'll select this. I open my terminal, okay, and this is, I'm just closing this and opening up another terminal here. Since I want to connect with the Mongo Shell now, so what I need to do here in this, I'll just paste that, the command which I have it now. Username is, you remember I told you you call some users which you have already created. Let's check. Here, SL user, I say SL user, I hit enter. It will ask me the password, so I've given the password admin. And now you can see it is connecting with me to this particular, it is connecting me to this particular replica set. You can see in a logs it is telling you very clearly, okay, saying that it is a username 4.2, and you can see it is connecting with your shard cluster, the cluster which is created, and this is where exactly I have it with me. So I'm connecting with this environment. So primary is there. So if I just want to go back and say show collections, so I can go back and create a new collection here. Okay, so it's up to you now. By default collection which is their employee, so I can say db dot employee dot insert, and now here we can just add name. Okay, now you can see some exception is raised. So you understand. Now you can see the records are added into my primary cluster. So if I just go back and go back to my project 0 where we have got collections, here you will be getting the SL demo employee, loading the documents. So it takes time to get this, but this is where exactly you see the records will be stored. Okay, so that's where exactly it works fine for all of you. So we have this record. Okay, so when I say show collection, so we have a call employee, and I say db dot employee dot find. So I can see we have got new collection name called. This is added right now. Okay, so like this you have got the first connection established and the records has been inserted. In this particular tutorial, we will help you to connect your MongoDB with the front end that is called Python. As we know it very well about the popularity of Python in last recent years, it is growing like anything. So we thought, why not to offer you this connectivity where you can have the MongoDB not in a local environment but in a cloud environment. So here we will tell you how to create the MongoDB complete environment of cluster in your cloud, and we can have this connectivity with our Python which is running local to my system. So I show you about few important things one by one. So why Python, MongoDB? We understand MongoDB is one of the most important database, which is so-called document-based database available in market, and it is fantastic, phenomenal in terms of speed and the reliability. It is purely called NoSQL database, okay, and helps you to go schemaless. Now Python is one of the most commonly user-friendly programming language for creating a complete web-based framework. So it offers you huge amount of libraries with flexibility of connecting wide variety of applications. So we would like to give you the idea of like how Python and MongoDB works together. Okay, so you can use both the products together to develop different varieties of applications which can suit to different type of ideas. Now here we have one of the very popular tool available named called PyMongo. So PyMongo is actually the Python library, which is a kind of a driver through which you will be able to connect with your MongoDB and perform basic operations whichever you expect. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on those demos. Okay, so we will start with creating a MongoDB environment with cluster in one of the very popular tool that is known as called MongoDB Atlas. So we'll be opening our website and go here and talk about called MongoDB Atlas. I search for MongoDB Atlas, that is basically the MongoDB where called database as a service. I'll be selecting the first option and go to the start free because it's going to offer you by default some 500 MB of free space. I say sign up with Google. Going ahead and selecting this. Okay, I say accept and say submit. Okay, so it is starting up now. It'll ask you about a few things. I would rather say to select skip and continue. Well, it'll ask you about which environment you would like to take. So I like to take this shared cluster. I say create cluster. Now here it will take a while to get yourself ready for. We can see it is offering the sandbox of having 512 MB of free space. And this MongoDB, no backup, that is the by default cluster name. You can give the name of the cluster if you want, but let it be by default cluster 0. I'm saying create cluster. So my cluster is being ready. So it will take a while to get your cluster set up. So just wait till the time your cluster is getting ready. So I tell you about this cluster is going to give you by default 2 child and 1 parent, so called a 1 master and 2 child nodes where your cluster will get ready. So you really don't need to set up any kind of cluster in your local environment, and that is the best environment I would suggest for most of your development, where your time reduced. There will be no software requirement because sometimes version to version it changes, and you can get all the benefits of clusters. So we're just waiting till the time the cluster is getting ready. So once the cluster is ready, you'll be seeing some options where will help you to create the clusters in your upcoming demos. So friends, your cluster is now ready. You can see now in this cluster you have got this environment. So in this environment you will see there are some options they have given you one by one. Build up your cluster, create a first database user, add an IP address, multiple options they're telling you now. So how to set up? So the first build of the cluster, which we have anyways done. Next is called create your first database user. So select this. So it will highlight this area. Now you can say like database access, and I'm going to create a first new database user and new database user, giving the username called admin. Let's keep very simple username and password admin123. So admin123. Yeah, same, and say add user. Now you can see the user is created. Now let's go back to the next option. It's telling me the network access. Now go here and say, sorry. Now say add IP address, and I'll say allow access from anywhere so that I can take it from anywhere. I say confirm. Now it is telling me about the progress. I select this. Now tell me about which type of collections you want. Okay, so I select this, and inside this I'll be selecting this called collections. Okay, and it's getting ready. So it is giving me some options. Well, two options it will give you: load sample dataset, add my own data. I'll say add my own data. Give the database name SL demo. Give the collection name EMP or employee. Remember, database name SL demo, or I can better give the name called SLDB. SLDB and employee. I say create. That is getting ready. Okay, so my database and table is ready. That's it. So I think we are all set with this environment. Okay, well, once it is ready, your collection is also ready. I'll go back and click on my project 0, and here, yeah. So once it is there, then I'll be clicking on this option called connect. Now it will give me the multiple options how to connect. So it will say connect with the Mongo shell, or it will say connect with your application, connect using Mongo Compass. I'll select the Python version 3.11 or later. So certainly I'll be using those version only. Okay, and in this I'm having this, so I will be using this to connect with my backend. So that's how exactly you have the setup of MongoDB cluster. Everyone, so we are all ready now with our setup. Cluster we have already created earlier. You remember about we have taken Python 3.11 or later. So here if I just go back and check, I have got 3.8.5, which is Python 3 version, which is available. So you can select based on whichever we have it. Say 3.11 or later, we can say 3.6 or later. So there'll be no much difference if I just see. Even if I just talk about 3.4, there's some change, but here 3.6 or later, it is same. So I have a 3.8.5. Okay, so I can use the same option. So here in my VS Code editor, I am using for my development. So here's a simple demo.py I have used. Welcome to check if it is working fine. So yes, it is working fine. I'll start working with my first program with MongoDB. So I just go back and say demo py, or I can say py demo.py. Okay, and here if I want to go back and start working on the development, remember one thing, we need first dependency called pymongo. Okay, what I need? Pymongo, and for this we have already installed this dependency here sometime back. This is how you need to install. Okay, so we have this statement name called what? Pip install pymongo. That is the first dependency which you need to download in order to work with this. Okay, so that's what we have taken, this install pymongo. So if you just see, you can go back and start developing this statement. Okay, so let's go back and start working on this. Step number 1, you need to always say import number 1, the one dependency which you've installed is called pymongo. So you can just say pymongo. That is a dependency we have recently imported from. Okay, let me go back and search from next point. So import pymongo from, here we are saying pymongo. Okay, pymongo, and we're also saying import mongo client. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, after that we would like to go back and use the cluster. So we say cluster equal to mongo client, and here I'll be passing the complete values, the one which we have taken. So this complete line, I just take it, go back, and here I'm pasting it. Now here I have to basically replace this password with admin123. Okay, and we are all set. Okay, now once it is ready, we can go ahead and define db equal to cluster and provide which database you're talking about. Okay, so you remember about we had a database which was available to us that is known as called SLDB. So I can just use the same SLDB there, and accordingly I can use which collection I'm connecting it to. So accordingly I can go back and insert a record. Okay everybody, so I can see I have got this file with me. Going forward I have to tell, so this is what exactly the connection URL you have received. Now you have to define which database you're working on. Let me say db equal to cluster, and we have to provide in double quotes the database name called SLDB. If you remember, we have used this. After that, we have to mention which collection it was. So collection equal to db, and here we just give the name called employee. That was our collection name. So once it is ready, then I have to basically perform some insert operation. So I just say post. Okay, it's just a name equal to, and here we just provide the properties like I would say name. So it is a JSON based database, so I can just use the name. I say Amar, and once again I can just say email and say amar@email.com. That's it. So this is just the data which I have. Now I want to insert, so I can certainly say collection dot, because I want to insert only one record. You can see I have one functions coming up, collections dot insert one, and pass post as a parameter. Now we are all done. Let's try to run this. So I'll be running this with Python 3 py mongodemo.py, hit enter. Now it's done. Let's confirm. Here into my code, I will just go back and check here inside my applications. I can just go back to my collections, and in employee, yeah, there we go. We have got some records coming up here. Okay, so these records are nothing but the one which we have recently inserted in our application. Okay, so fantastic. So first example is working perfectly fine. How we can have the records coming from the Python and insert it there. Like that, I can have as many number of records I can add it. So how we can basically add, if I want to add more than one records, let's see this now. Here, in case if I want to add more than one records, so I can just use called post one. I copy this URL and paste it below, and I say post two. I say Amar, G email amar12@mail.com, and rather than saying insert one, I can use insert many, and inside this I'll be using this square brackets and pass post one comma post two. That's it. Okay, so let's change the little name because it is already there. Let's insert. Yeah, records are inserted. Let me verify once again by refreshing it. Well, now we have a total number of 3 records are available. Yeah, there we go. So records are added. Perfect. So like this, you can have as many number of records you can basically add it. In a similar one, the way we have basically used this, I can also perform the search part too. Okay, so in case if you want to perform the search part, we have a very simple statement available with us. What? I'll go here the way we have added this. So in this, I'll just these records which are added inside my application, I would not execute this. Rather, I would like to go back and say No, they are basically commented now, and in fact I would like to use this also. Okay, I'll go here and find results equal to same collection dot find. If I want to find a name, we can just use curly braces name colon Amarche. Okay, so let me say print and pass results. Okay, let's run this. Okay, so it will print what the results for me. Okay, so it is just printing what the cursor object for me, saying that hey, this is what the record is available to me. We can also change in case if we do not think the correct result is coming up. We can also go back and we can use some alternative option that is called for. Okay, so what we can do, let's take a look here. We can use for. With this for, I can say result. Okay, in results and print this result. That could be one option through which you can get the details with you. Okay, so what you can do, you can run this code again. Oh, I forgot to put this semicolon here, or we need to check. Well, that was my requirement was, so I'm having this. Let's try to run this. Well, I got my result, and this is what the detail which I have available to me. So very simple how you can basically find a record and how you can basically retrieve the records. At the same time, if you want to have the specific field rather than all the fields, so here in my code, in this result, okay, you can just put a square bracket and tell which field you really want it now. Suppose if you just want ID, or else if you want name, you can basically pick that up. Okay, so if I just want that ID, only ID is printed. That's it. Okay everyone, so you have seen, like in my previous code, how we were basically trying to fetch all the records. We were using this find. Now in a similar line, you can also have the option available, because see, when we used to talk about called find, it gets me lot many records, find, and because of that we were using this loop. But in case if you want to fetch the individual records, are we clear? So in such cases, you really do not want to use find. You can just use find one. So what you can do is, rather than using find, I can also use one more option called find one, and for which I can come back, just remove this all. Yeah, so here in this case, rather than using this find, I can use find underscore. You can see this option called find one. Here we talk about which are the properties you want to skip and which are the properties you want. So I can just use this option called underscore ID, okay, colon 0. Okay, I just remove this underscore ID 0, and here just print what results. That's it. Let's run. So that will try to fetch some of the records for you, because if you do not have that ID which you've overridden, it will certainly not found. That depends on what you would like to take. So if I just say this is having some issues, but no problem, but you know it very well how it basically takes. Now in a similar line, we would like to also perform one more activity to talk about delete. So for which what I will do is this, I just want to uncomment it. Okay, and I would like to insert some records here. So here I want to add the ID by my own with name. So we already have this name. Email, I have it. I would like to use underscore ID. Okay, so we have this property underscore ID colon 101. Okay, comma, like this. Copy the same, using it here, and this time I'm using 102. Name and everything, it'll be taken. Let me say user 1. Here we try to say user 2. Okay, so collections dot many result find 1. I'm just deleting it all, and let's try to execute it first. Okay, so it's executed. Going back. Okay, so I have some records with ID 101 and 102. Now here I just delete this and perform some actions here. Here we say results equal to collection dot delete. See, the options are available: delete one and delete many. It totally depends on what you really want. Okay, so if I just talk about called delete one, it will be only deleting one record. Delete many means wherever the matching records are available, you delete it. Fine. So I'm just using this option called delete many. Okay, wherever the property names are matched, cause quite possible names sometimes match or whatever it is. So it's delete many. So the option is up to you now how you want. So the selected name you have to offer it, whether you want to match it with the name or whether you want to match it with the email or whatever it is. So that will be offering it. But there's also an option available where you would like to delete everything. Are we clear? So if you're planning to delete it everything, what you can do, you can just leave it as a blank and try to run this. So collection dot delete underscore many. Let's check. Great. All records are deleted. So as I told you earlier also. So delete many means what? It will delete all the records whichever are present in your code now. Clear? In a similar one, if I want to perform insert, so you remember about we have an option called what? Insert many, and here we would like to pass post 1, post 2. Let's execute. So it will add the records inside this. Okay, and next time what I want to perform, after adding this record, I would like to perform the update part. Okay, so what I really want in my update, let's take a look. Update means certain properties I'm looking forward to be get updated. Okay, so in case if I want to check whether the record has to be updated, I would first go and check whether the record does exist or not. Yeah, we have two names, user 1 and user 2. Let's go back and update part. Here I just say collections, okay, dot update 1, update. You can see update 1 here. Very simple functionality. Here you will go and tell which ID you would like to perform an update. So I say underscore ID colon. Which ID you want to consider? I'm saying 101. Okay, and what else? So I just use another curly braces and I say, sorry, $set, and after this I use this colon, use the curly braces, name, okay, and use what name you want to use it. So suppose there is a user 1, I'm saying user 123. Okay, let's see. It is loading and you can see the record user 123 is updated. Perfect. So your code is absolutely working fine. So you talk about either insert, you talk about what update, you talk about anything, it works. So insert, update one, delete one, insert one, as the name suggests, they'll be taking care about inserting, updating and deleting one records. But the moment you use many, they'll be performing multiple records. So this is a very simple way like how the Python will connect with your MongoDB.
In this video, we're going to learn about the differences between MySQL and MongoDB. Now, I'm sure you must have heard about these database management systems, but do you exactly know what set them apart? Don't worry, I'll help you in this video. First, let's look at what exactly is MongoDB. Now, as you all know, MongoDB is an open source, document-oriented NoSQL database. It is document-based, which means that the data stored is represented in a hierarchical relationship using a single record. And also, MongoDB is schema-free, which means there's no set schema to define how the data is being stored in the database. This causes lesser data migrations. But what exactly is MySQL then? Now, MySQL is an open source relational database management system. Unlike MongoDB, which is document-oriented, MySQL is a relational database system. Now, this uses something called as a structured query language, and this is used to access data which is stored in the form of rows and columns. Now, as mentioned earlier, data here is stored in the form of tables with rows and columns, and each data field comes with an index representing the data in the table. And SQL is developed and maintained by Oracle. So then what exactly sets them apart? So in the coming section, we'll look at some of the differences between MySQL and MongoDB depending on certain features. First up is the data structure. Now, MySQL requires you to define your tables and columns before you can store anything. And every row in a table must have the same columns. In MongoDB, you just drop the data in these documents. Also, the data in the MongoDB database is stored in a binary format called as BSON. Next up, we have schema. Now, as discussed earlier, MySQL requires a set schema to define the tables in the database. Now, the database administrator is requested to define a schema which defines how the different tables are being stored in the database. Now, this schema is crucial in case of MySQL. On the other hand, MongoDB doesn't require a prior definition of a schema. Next up is languages. MySQL uses the structured query language to perform actions on the database. It is used to retrieve data, add data, update, create a new dataset, etc. In case of MongoDB, it supports a JSON query language to work with data. Next up is foreign keys. Now, MySQL supports the usage of foreign keys. Now, if you don't know what exactly a foreign key is, then SQL uses foreign keys to link one table to another. Now, these foreign keys make data retrieval easy, especially when there are multiple tables interlinked with one another. In case of MongoDB, there's no support for foreign keys. Next up is replication. Now, MySQL supports the master-slave and the master-master replication. In this setup, data set from one master database server can be copied to other servers. In case of MongoDB, it uses something called as sharding. Now, sharding allows partitioning of data across multiple servers using a shard key. Don't worry if you're not able to understand these concepts well. In the coming videos, we'll explain these concepts in detail. Next up is scalability. Now, SQL database can be scaled vertically, while MongoDB can be scaled both vertically and horizontally. Now, horizontal scaling means scaling by adding more machines to your pool of resources, while vertical scaling refers to scaling by adding more power, like, for example, CPU or RAM. Moving ahead, let's look at performance. Now, MySQL is optimized for high-performance joins across multiple tables, while MongoDB is optimized for write performance. Talking about community support, some of the popular GitHub repositories on MySQL currently are mysql.js/mysql, and then there's MySQL Server. And at the time of writing, there were about 222,000 repositories on GitHub with 7 million commits for MySQL. In case of MongoDB, few popular GitHub repositories are MongoDB/Mongo and Doctrine/MongoDB. And at the time of writing, there were about 177,000 repositories with about 923,000 commits. According to Google Trends, MySQL is largely used compared to MongoDB. So now the question arises, which one should you choose? Well, if your application requires multi-row transactions, like for example in accounting system, then a relational database would be more ideal. But if you're using MongoDB, then it is more suitable for real-time analytics, content management, Internet of Things, mobile applications, and so on. Also, MySQL is a great choice if you have structured data and need a traditional relational database. In case of MongoDB, it is an ideal choice if you have an unstructured set of data. So you could pick your choice. And if you're partial towards one DBMS, let us know in the comment section below as to why you like that particular DBMS. So now that you have learned about Node.js and MongoDB, the next session is a simple demonstration on how to integrate the two. So let's begin.
Hello, this is Matthew with Simplilearn, and today we're going to be exploring how Node.js can be used to connect to a Mongo database. So what we're going to do is, so what's in it for you? So in this presentation, we're going to go through three key things. What is MongoDB? How do you connect to MongoDB with Node.js? And MongoDB is part of the Mern stack. So we're going to cover what the Mern stack is and how it applies to Node.js. So what is MongoDB? So MongoDB is probably the most popular NoSQL database out there. It's cross-platform and very easy to scale. It's available on all cloud systems. You can also run it locally, which is what we'll be doing later on in our demo. But it's just a very flexible database environment for modern applications. It works on the concept of collection and documents. What you'll find is MongoDB was originally written in C++, and it is what's referred to as a NoSQL database. So this is different to a relational database, which is built up of tables with rows and columns. This is a NoSQL database, it's simply a lot faster and more powerful for the work that you're doing. And you're able to use MongoDB very easily. You can actually go ahead and download it. We'll actually do that as part of our demo. So, why connect Node.js with MongoDB? Well, the reason why you want to do this is that MongoDB is a modern database. It's not restricted by the challenges of scalability that older relational databases have. It's really designed for building mobile applications and websites that scale into the millions and millions of users. So MongoDB, probably the most important feature is scalability. The performance of the database is phenomenal. And it is extremely highly available for the solutions that you'll be creating. So when you push it out your solution to the cloud, you can almost guarantee it's always going to be running. You also have the ability to be able to scale to very large, complex, multi-site solutions. In fact, one of the very first MongoDB applications I built was a multi-tenant environment, and it just worked really well. And you'll be able to easily deploy your solutions across Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, etc. So, why do you want to keep connecting to MongoDB? I think probably one of the other areas that probably is often forgotten with Mongo is just the concept around big data. And when you talk about big data, you're talking about absolutely massive databases, and MongoDB is front and center for all of that. You can do your effective content management and delivery. It has an effective mobile and social infrastructure. So by that, it allows you to be able to build out solutions that can go to all modern day types of applications. And the data is actually very easy to manage through your central data hub. And then finally, being able to connect to MongoDB is very easy, particularly as there is a client called Mongoose that makes the connection extremely easy. So, finally, let's kind of look into how MongoDB is part of the Mern stack. So Mern stack is a JavaScript stack, and it's of JavaScript solutions that are built for modern single-page applications. And there are 4 key solutions in the Mern stack. There's MongoDB, which is your database; Express, which is your server-side HTTP environment; React, which is the solution for being able to create your solutions on the client; and then Node.js, which actually manages the whole environment. It's really an environment that's designed to make it very easy to be able to build out modern day solutions. So MongoDB is the M in Mern, Express is the E, React is the R, and Node.js is the N. So again, as you start working with some of our other videos that we have here, you'll be able to see how all of these tools really complement each other. So we've done an introduction on MongoDB. Really, the best thing now is to get your hands dirty by actually doing a demo. So we're going to actually go through a demo. What I would strongly encourage you, however, though, is that this demo really does build on a lot of the other videos that we've done in this series. You really do want to spend some time on the Node.js video, the Node.js for Express video, the Node.js for APIs video. Really, all of those videos help complement the work that you'll be doing with this video here. You'll see some real strong correlations, plus a lot of new content as well. So with that, we're going to jump into the demo. So let's do our demonstration on how to use MongoDB with Node.js. First thing we want to do is go ahead and install Node.js. So you're going to go and do Google search Node.js, and that should bring up a result of going to nodejs.org. And here you can download Node.js for multiple platforms. So Windows, Linux, Mac OS, they're all supported. You can also get the original source code and recompile your version of Node.js if you want to. Now we're just going to install the Windows version. And the next thing you want to do is install your favorite text editor. I'm going to install Visual Studio Code, VS Code. It runs on all leading platforms, Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. It is open source. You can edit it. I like it because you can do an awful lot with it. Just a lot of extensions. It's just a great tool all around. So that's the next thing you want to install. And then we want to go ahead and we want to go to mongodb.com so we can install the MongoDB database. So you want to go to Software, Community Server, and you want to then select the MongoDB Community Server, which platform you want, and where it's going to connect with, and you want to select the download to install that. And that'll take a moment or two for you to download and get that up and running. Once you've done that, we want to go ahead and we're going to open up VS Code so we can start editing and the code that we need for our new solution. So let's go ahead and create a folder off our desktop that we'll use for MongoDB. So I already have a folder created called demo. I'm just going to select that. And then inside there, I'm going to put in Node MongoDB and select that folder. And that's going to open up VS Code. It's going to have our folder in here. So we're going to get rid of the welcome screen. We don't need that. We do want to, however, open up our terminal window. So we're going to run that. That's one of the things that I really like about VS Code is you can actually have your terminal window or command line window actually inside the development environment you're working in. So you don't have to be jumping from one solution to another. And then we're going to initialize our package. So npm init for the folder that we're in. It's going to create our Node package manager. It's going to create our default package. And we're going to hit return. That's going to go ahead and start the process. And we're just going to go with the default settings that npm is going to give. So just hit return, return, return a few times, and that'll get up and running for you. And our entry point for the application is going to be index.js. There we are. That's our JS package, and there we have everything. This is just the JSON package that provides the instructions that npm would use to pass the program. Now you notice that we have index.js as our leading file, so we actually have to add a new file here, and we're just going to call this one index.js. So we actually have a file that can be referenced. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to actually put in our default application. So Express is going to be required. So we're going to make sure that that is included in our first line of our instructions. And then we're also going to have a path that's required. And we're going to require handlebars. And these are all part of our Express environment. And don't forget to save your file as you're going along. And we're also going to have Express PHBS. And this is going to be our Express handlebars. And we're all going to allow insecure prototype access. You wouldn't normally do this, but because we're running everything locally, it just makes it easier for you to actually get all the code in. And then we're also going to add in our body parser. And these are all the required solutions that we need to be installed when you're running this package. And so let's save the file and then let's go ahead and run it. So we're going to do npm install, and we do --save, and this will install Express. And we're also going to have an install path, handlebars, Express handlebars, and this is where we'll install prototyping. And we'll also have the body parser installed, and we're just going to run that. This will just take a moment or two to install. All right, there we go. So we have everything installed, which allows us to now start working with our scripts. So we're going to create an app in Express. And we're going to listen on port 3000. And we're going to have a message, then go to our console log. and we have everything running off our local port on localhost on port 3000. So let's go, and we're going to select node index.js, and it shows us everything's running, which is good. We can actually test this in our web browser if we wanted to. Okay, so let's start working on our app. So our app is going to use body parser, and we're going to encode our request. And the goal here is we're going to create a file that's going to go back and forth to to MongoDB. So body parser is going to use JSON to encrypt the content. And we're going to do a get command to get our results. And if you've seen the API video, then we did that here. In fact, it's probably a good idea to actually sit down and look through some of the other videos that we've created, such as the NodeJS for Express, NodeJS for APIs, and NodeJS for authentication before doing this video. We're going to create a default page, and it's going to say, welcome to the students database. The principles that we're putting down here, you'll be able to apply to any solution that you're creating with MongoDB. And so we want to have a simple action that we're going to put on here, which is going to be click to gain access. Okay, we're going to put in the path and where to get the list from. Okay. All right. So here is our basic web page that we're creating. Nothing fancy, but it's going to take you to a place where you can actually get all the content. Now, what we're going to do is we're actually going to go and pull the content from Mongo. So we'll run this, and we can open up a web browser and you'll see what it looks like. So let's go to localhost, close out these other tabs, don't need them. Localhost 3000. And there we see, welcome to the student database. Click on the database. And you click on, if you clicked on it now, nothing will happen. So, yep, nothing there. So let's make something happen. Okay. All right, so let's begin extending our app. So what we're going to do is we want to set the views. And we're going to do a join on our directory name. And app engine. So let's go from our views. We don't have an app engine yet, but let's go ahead and create a new folder. We can call that one views, and let's expand that. Actually, that should be okay. HPS. Express handlebars. And we're going to allow prototype access for our Express handlebars. So with Express handlebars, if this is new to you, it allows you to separate your content from your layout, which if you have developed with Swift for a mobile application on the Mac using Xcode, it's the same principle there, but for a web application. So we're just putting out here some of our default environment settings. And we're going to set our view engine for handlebars. And just checking through our code. It's looking good. Okay, so that provides that. So let's create a new folder under our views, and this one we're going to call layouts. So again, this is where we are splitting our layouts. And we're going to have a folder called models at the root of our application, and under models we're going to put in db.js. So the db.js file is going to be where we put our instructions for our database. And so here we're going to go ahead and we're going to require to import Mongoose. And Mongoose is a tool in Node.js that allows you to connect to MongoDB. So we're going to require the use of Mongoose. And so we're going to do npm install -save mongoose. And that's going to run and install on our local machine. So we can actually test this out. And once we've got this installed, what we're going to do is we're going to start connecting to a database that we're going to call StudentDB. Okay, we're already installed. So let's go mongoose.connect. And we're going to call it MongoDB. And we're going to run this off our local host. So we installed the community version that allows us to run off our local host. And it's going to run from the port 27017. And we're going to call this one StudentDB. So again, with our application, we're splitting out all the functionality. So if you want to reuse elements, you can. So we're going to have a user URL parser. And we'll make sure we capture everything correctly. Okay, so if error, then we'll send a message to the console log. And we have either connection is successful, or if things go wrong, error in connection. And then if there is an error, then what we'll do is we'll have the error message posted. Okay. And then we're going to do require student.model. So this will actually pull the model we're going to create. And so what we need to do now is create under models, we're going to create student.model.js. And this is where we're going to do our instructions for our student model. So first thing we want to do is we want to import Mongoose, Express, and the student model. So we've got to let's make sure we have everything. Let's capture that. So let's go over to our student model. All right, so let's make sure that we have everything. So we want to have Mongoose. And we're going to create a new variable called student schema. This will allow us to structure what our model will look like. This will be a new schema in using Mongoose. And our new schema is going to be full name. And we're going to break down our JSON package. So we're going to put in the instructions for what the schema would look like. So we have the type, we have required, this field is required. And the second value is going to be email. Type string. This field is required. That's the message, error message you want to send if the field isn't filled out. Mobile phone number, this will be just a number. And we're going to have city, and the subtype will be, let's just make this a string. We're just going to try and keep this simple for right now. And this field is required. All right, so here's our schema. Looking pretty good. All right, mongoose.model, and connect this to our student model. So we want to go ahead and save that. Okay. Okay, a new folder, and this new folder is going to be called controllers. And we have a new file under controllers. And that new file is going to be called studentcontroller.js. Let's go in and see what we're going to add here. So we want to import, make sure that we're running Express. So Express is required for our controller. We also want to set up a variable for router. So router express.router. And we want to make sure we're also connecting with Mongoose. So we have a connection to MongoDB. And we also want to make sure that we have connection to our student model. So mongoose.model and our student model. And this allows us to make sure that we have this student model pulled over effectively for our controller, for our student controller. Okay, so let's go to router, get, I'm going to render this. And student/add or edit. We'll come into that in just a moment. So we want to be able to view title, and this will pull in the insert student. And we're going to use, under our views, we're going to create a new folder. And this one's going to be called student. And we're going to create a new file. And this one will be add or edit.js. Oh, HPS, sorry, for our handlebar. So you notice we don't have to put the file extension. Node.js manages all that for us. So router.post. So this will be our, we're going to get our content, and then we're also going to post content. So the post will go back as part of our body, and there'll be an ID. So we want to then insert the record that we'll be creating. So again, if you've worked through the Node.js API video, then you'll start seeing that there's some commonalities here of being able to insert or update a record. And we actually cover that using just a sample JSON package. This really takes it to that next level. Okay, so we want to put in a new student record, and this will be student, and we're going to have their full name is going to come from our body. And we're going to also capture the email. Essentially, we're going to follow the model that we created. And our mobile phone. Finally, with a student city. And then we want to save the record that we create. Okay. All right, so we're going to manage our error message. And we're going to put in similar messages that we've put in before. So we want to redirect to our student list. And we're going to go ahead and create that in a moment. So let's create a new file, student list.hps. So list.hps. And here, so what we do is with student list, that's actually going to manage then the controls for being able to display the records in the database. And then we'll put our message. If there's an error, then we'll put an error message there and ask it to report the error message. We're going to try and not do that. All right, so now the next step we need to go through is we want to call a function to update the record. And let's go ahead and we're going to update the records. And we do the student.find1 and update command. Okay. Okay, so we will redirect to our student list as needed. If not, we'll throw an error message to our console log. Yeah, looking good. And again, this is just an example, but something that you'll be able to do yourself with your own solution. And then we want to go back to our list to then render the records. All right. And here we want to put student, and then how we're going to find the record. We'll throw an error message to our console log. So as you can see, we always throw an error message to the console log. Error messages are really useful. Okay, all right, looks good. Save that. Okay, let's do another router, and this is to, we're going to do the router against ID. This will allow us to get the content. So we'll be able to get the information by ID of the student. And what you can see is there's a lot of the work we're doing here is very repetitive, and you'll find as you create more modular code that it makes it easier for you to write your code and update and manage your code. Okay, so we're going to get our view title. We're going to put that into our document. Okay. All right, so our next router is, we want to be able to delete a record by ID. And so what we're going to do is we're going to find our records, our student record, and we're going to find it by ID. And then we're going to do find ID and remove. Okay, so we're going to, once we've removed a record, we're going to redirect to our list so we can show our student list. Otherwise, we'll send an error message to our console log. Okay, so I think we have what we need. Maybe there's one more thing. Oh, I think we need to. I think this is good. Okay, so let's go to our layouts, add a new file there. We're going to call this one main layout.hbs. And here we're going to put the skeleton of our web page together. Let's write this out. So we're going to put in our HTML code. And we're just going to keep this real simple. And our header, we want a title, and this is going to be students database. Oh, maybe we'll just call it students. So we now go to, we're going to try and find out Bootstrap 4. We're going to just grab that, and we're going to use
Bootstrap to get started. And there are a couple of components. There's the CSS component and then there's the JavaScript component. So let's just go copy the CSS component. And then we're going to just link that into the header section of our web page. So, and then here's an example of different components you can create. If you haven't used Bootstrap before, it's an open source framework originally developed by Twitter. Great tool. So here in our header, we want to put in the link to the CSS. There's that. And now we'll need to also put in our own styles. So we've got here some styles that we created earlier on for the work that we're doing. You can just paste those in. So we have a box style that we want to use that will extend the box style that you get with Bootstrap. All right, so we're going to start working on our body content. Class bg info. So this is actually bg info is a CSS class file from Bootstrap that you can use. And you're going to have the ID of box. And again, we're going to do another class. This allows us for our table structure. So a little bit of knowledge of Bootstrap is great here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put in the content, which we're going to call body, and this will show up on the screen. So again, we're pulling from records within Bootstrap. Dig through Bootstrap, there's lots of content there for you to be able to take advantage of. Okay. So now we want to be able to add or edit a record. View title. And the French brackets allow you to be able to pull records and content directly from the code that we're writing. So we're pulling title from insert record, and that's part of our router command. And then we'll put in our form. Which will be student post. I'm just going to do a basic form here, nothing fancy. And we will put in the first record will be a hidden field, and this will be for ID. So we want to generate the ID. We don't want to have somebody put that in. And then we will put in our form elements. So we'll have, first will be a label, that'll be full name. And there'll be an input field. This will be text in the input field. And again, we're using form-control, which is from Bootstrap CSS. And then we'll have the full name and placeholder will be full name. So where we have name there will actually match up with the value that we're putting in our model. So here we have student full name.
So we're matching everything up to the model that we created. Okay, so let's do this for our remaining form elements. And again, as you see, we can put this together really quickly. So we're going to put in form. This one will be email. And then we'll do mobile and city. And here we keep going. Put in form group. And we'll be able to have the type of tool for putting in mobile. So as you can see, because we're using just standard HTML here, you can actually reference external libraries such as JavaScript libraries for formatting the field that you're in, regular expressions, things like that. And let's put in our final value, which will be for city. And normally when I'd be writing this by hand, I would actually be copying and pasting sections of code and just changing the values as necessary, just to make it easier on myself. But here I'm just typing out everything for you so you can see the whole process. Okay. All right, so there are our values. Of course, remember, save your files as you're going along. Everything looks good. And we're matching up our values with our records. And we want to have a button that allows you to submit. We also want to have a button to select view all if you want to be able to view all of the records. Okay. Looking good. Okay, let's go back over to list. Now we want to be able to pull our records. So this will display the list of students in a table. Right. Let's go ahead and format that table. So we're going to put together our format here, but then we're also going to add buttons at the bottom so we can actually add a record to the database, or if we want to add or delete a particular record from the database. I'm going to call this one create a new student record for our student list. I'm just going to type all this in for you. And you'll see how we put placeholders for the values as we put them in. These are our table headers. Okay. Putting that body content. And what we're going to do here is we're going to add in an element that allows you to create a row for each item listed. So if you have 2 or more items, they'll appear as an individual row on here. And again, what we're doing is we're pulling in the values to be able to pull from the model that we created earlier on. So this being the data that's been submitted, so we're going to have it pull in the value for the email, full name, and mobile and city. We're not going to show ID. So it's pulling out all of this data that we created earlier on. So we have everything posted into our list as documents. So let's go into a HBS file, and it's our list. Let's put in our file entry here. This will be for city. Then this is just a placeholder at the end of the list. Oh yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to add in reference for the ID. So if we want to edit the document, we can. And then we want to do the same thing if we want to delete the document. So href equals student, and then just delete. Now delete based on the ID. There we go. Passing that instruction over. So click, turn, simple. I'm going to ask them, are you sure you want to delete? If somebody clicks on the record, they hit cancel, then it won't get deleted. If they hit OK, then it will get deleted. This is why you can actually write JS inline. Okay. And then we want to close out where the row will end. So have each opens and closes the record. Just tidying up some of the HTML there. Save that. Okay, looking good. Back to our root index file. So let's see now. We want to also require our model, and then we'll have our student controller also be a require, and where it's going to pull the student controller from. Okay. And this is just the instructions on where we can actually find the content. Okay, looks good. So let's do node index.js. Everything's saved. We're going to rerun everything. And we got an error. Let's go check out where our error came from. So let's go into our files. This is one that we created. So error is in student controller. Let's see, where's the error? Oh, we need to have our module. We need to export our module to our router. All right, let's go open up Mongo database. And we can start seeing where the records are. It's just installing the latest updates here. So we need to go ahead and put in our connection string. So it's on localhost. And that's the port. Let's just double check that, make sure we're completely aligned. So here's our database connection. And there's our port and student database. And we did this with Mongoose for connecting to Mongo. So we're going to connect. And here are where our records are being stored. So we're going to create a database, and we're going to call this database. It's going to be called StudentDB. So StudentDB has to be case sensitive. And the collection name is students. Let's go ahead and create a database. So there we are, there's our database. And let's go rerun our index.js file. And everything was successful. This is good. All right. So everything should have passed successfully. Good, good, good. Database connection is good. So let's go to localhost. And here we are. So we can start actually navigating through our application. So we see we have our setup. We have no records. So let's go ahead and create one. And we go through, you can actually start stepping through the different layouts that you've created. So here's our layers, it's separate to our code. So there's some spacing we probably need to add there. So let's go ahead and just add that. And let's rerun our code. This is the fun bits where, everything is just tidying up. Okay, so it puts in one space because we didn't put in the actual HTML code for creating multiple spaces. So we're going to go in and select insert. So let's put in Smith, and we'll do Smith at gmail.com. And let's just put in, random phone number. There we go. We don't have any formatting, so we could put anything in there. And the city, where am I? I'm in Delhi, so let's submit that. Hit submit, and it takes us to a list, and voila, we actually have a list with a record in. And if we go back to our database, we can actually refresh it. And now we actually start seeing our records being created. And we see the ID is automatically created, and there's our records. Okay, let's go back. And now we can select edit. We can edit the record. So let's change our city to Bangalore. Hit submit. All right, city is now Bangalore. And if we want to, we can edit again. And so this is pulling in, if we do a delete, it's going to ask us, do we really want to delete? Okay. A little bit of formatting applied there. And the records are all good, so we had to make that Smith Jones. But because we need to hit submit, we wouldn't update the record. So we hit submit, it updates the record. We hit delete, it's going to say, are you sure? We say, yes, we are. And, it has, couldn't grab that record. Okay, so let's go back and look at my code. And because we have everything separated, we can actually now just go to our student controller. And we'll find out delete. There goes delete. And we had a couple of minor errors there. This is where it's good to test out your code. Okay, let's run that again. And refresh everything. So we go to our database. We're going to go create a new entry. Let's call this one St. john@gmail.com. We'll put in a phone number. You see the formatting is just playing from our Bootstrap. So there we have, there's John. Do we want to delete? Let's say yes. Ba-boom! Yeah, easy. There we've got it all solved. And we hit refresh, the record should be gone. Yep, it is. And so we've created an application where we can update applications. We can create an application, we can list all the items. And we did all of this using just open source solutions through Node.js. And that was with using Express, some of the components that come with Express, MongoDB for our database, and then Mongoose to connect to our database.
I'm sure you all have heard about phrases like web development, front-end development, back-end development, and so on. But if you're not sure about what exactly they mean, don't worry, you're in the right place. In this video, we will focus on back-end development. I suggest you check out our other videos on front-end versus back-end and full-stack development. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So here are the topics that we're going to be covering. First, we'll see what exactly backend development is. Then we'll understand who exactly a backend developer is. Moving on, we'll look at some of the skills that a backend developer must have. Finally, we'll look at some of the job roles and job responsibilities of a backend developer. From there, we'll look at the salary of a backend developer. And lastly, I'll let you know how we can help you. So first, let's begin by understanding what backend development is. Now, web development that occurs at the backend of programs is accurately termed as backend development. Backend development covers the server-side application logic like integration, writing APIs, creating libraries, and working with system components, as opposed to front-end development, which focuses on customer-facing services and programs. Now, backend development involves ensuring data integrity and consistency, and also involves scripting and writing code to communicate with the database. Now that you know what backend development is, I'm sure you have an idea about what a backend developer does. But to name a few, a backend developer is the one who builds an effective website architecture, who also writes code to communicate with the database, and again, as mentioned, ensures data integrity and consistency. Now, essentially, a backend developer handles what you don't see. They're in charge of the backend of a website, which includes servers, database, applications, and so forth. So if you wish to become a backend developer, you can. But there are a few skills that you need to have. So let's look at the skills that you need to hone to become a successful backend developer. First up is data structures and algorithms. Now you must have a good understanding of data structures and algorithms. Understanding how the data is being stored is crucial. So concepts like stacks, queues, linked lists, sorting, and search algorithms are important. Next, we have programming languages and frameworks. One of the most critical skills of a backend developer is the in-depth knowledge of backend programming languages. This includes JavaScript and its environments like NodeJS and ExpressJS. Java in particular was built from the ground up to be run on server-side. So popular JavaScript frameworks like Spring and JSF are also important. Moving ahead, we have Python, which is the most popularly used language. Now it is flexible and easy to use, so there are frameworks like Django and Flask. Again, these are crucial and it's important to have a good understanding of these frameworks. We also have C#, which is the preferred architecture for backend programming. So it includes ASP.NET Core and .NET MVC. Now other programming languages include PHP, Perl, and Ruby. And since backend and frontend developers work so closely, it's also helpful to have a foundational understanding of front-end web technologies like HTML and CSS. Proficiency is required not only for performing daily tasks, but also for working alongside front-end developers to develop solutions. So moving ahead, we have version control. Now, version control systems help manage the project files and keep track of the entire history of users' things. So popular ones are Git, GitHub, and Subversion. Now, Git helps manage the project files. It keeps track of the entire history of things that the user is working on, right? And GitHub is a web-based service for version control using Git. Moving ahead, we have database management systems. Now, a backend developer writes code that is used to perform relational mapping to fetch data from the database. So some popularly used database management systems are MySQL, there's PostgreSQL, SQL Server, and you also have MongoDB. And lastly, we have web hosting platforms. Now, web hosting platforms allow you to deploy your product on a cloud service provider, so it can be accessed from the World Wide Web. Now, popular ones are Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, Heroku, and Microsoft Azure. Now, of course, a backend developer should also possess non-technical skills like problem solving, critical thinking, decent communication practices, and analytical skills. Now, they should be adept to working independently as well as in a collaborative team. Now that you're familiar with the skills, let's have a look at the key responsibilities and roles of a backend developer. To begin with roles, a backend developer could be assigned the following roles: backend developer, Java developer, full stack developer, DevOps engineer, software engineer, and iOS developer. And here is a list of responsibilities. First up is to form an understanding of the website's performance needs and goals to develop effective and efficient solutions. Development and management of application programming interfaces. Having a good knowledge on programming and ensuring framework utilization. Developing solutions for websites to accept and store data securely, especially for those involved with payment processing. Writing, testing, and maintaining the development solutions for code-related issues. Effectively communicating with developers, designers, and system administrators, and organization of system logic. Now, it's also crucial to ensure the development of website architecture using proper methodologies like Agile, Scrum, and Framework. And it's also important to know how to troubleshoot and debug applications. So now that you're familiar with those responsibilities and roles, let's have a look at the backend developer's salary. According to Glassdoor, a backend developer in the United States earns around $102,000 per annum, while in India, a backend developer earns an average salary of 7,23,000 Indian rupees per annum. So now that you're familiar with backend development and know what the roles and responsibilities are, you must be wondering where to begin. Well, look no further. You can head to the official Simplilearn website and just search for backend development. A number of articles, courses, and programs will appear. You can also choose the one that suits you best. You can just click on the program and get an overview of what the course consists of. And depending on your requirements, you can opt for the course that is most appropriate for you. And so with that, we come to the end of this session. I hope you found it useful. If you have any doubts or queries regarding the two technologies covered, please let us know in the comment section below. Thank you so much for being here. Keep learning and stay tuned to Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.